that are applicable to all calls and initiatives. And the goal of these today's and tomorrow's training is to provide a deeper understanding of these issues. And it already builds on a previous training that took place in March, and where several of these issues we present today have been also presented. And this event, it's an honor for the project that we co-organize this event with the Open Air project, and Open Air started as an EU project and is transforming into a permanent EU mechanism in support of open science. And during this 2 days event, you will have the opportunity to better understand the importance of open science in research and explore practical ways to improve your own research through tools and practices. A very brief comment from my side: having been involved in several research and innovation actions, I have seen how much practical skills researchers, scientists, consortia are lacking. And this is exactly what we will try to convey to you in this 2 days event by providing you with practical information that can help you improve your means to design your projects and also carry them out. And I think that I will pass the floor to the first presenter. It is Çağrı Yildirim. Çağrı Yildirim is from the Directorate for International Cooperation of TÜBİTAK, and Çağrı is Senior Representative of and recipient of Turkey in AIDS 2020, the second phase project, and also is our Operation Coordination Unit Director, and he's also National Contact Point for Turkey for Horizon 2020 in Energy. Çağrı, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Adamiantis. Excellent pronunciation. Excellent. So this is the best I've seen in my life in my pronunciation. Thank you very much. So let me give you a short presentation because we have a schedule today. I am going to share my presentation. Here you are. I hope you can see it. Okay, here we are. I am going to make the presentation on our project, Turkey in Horizon 2020 Phase 2 project. So my name is Çağrı Yildirim. I am Operation Coordination Unit Director of this project. Also, I am Energy National Contact Point for Horizon 2020. Let's see. So Turkey in Horizon 2020 project aims to provide support to Turkish participation in Horizon 2020. Now we don't have the Horizon 2020, we have the Horizon Europe. So our project includes both program period, the Horizon 2020 and the Horizon Europe, because our project started in 7th of January in 2019. So it's expected to be finished, finalized in 2022, around January. But we have the opportunity to extend this project until the end of the 2022 because of the COVID-19. Most of the events are organized via online platforms. So we have the financial abilities to extend it, our project. So our project covers and aims to strengthen the capacity of Turkey in science and technology and innovation. Other aims also facilitate the integration of Turkish research area and European research area via increasing the Horizon 2020 program. So via the participation Horizon 2020 program, also Horizon Europe program. So we organize different activities: knowledge diffusion, raising awareness, networking, training, publications, online tools. So we have the actually all the technical assistance capabilities in our project. So as you can see, we organized 2 big brokerage events in 2019. One in Istanbul, which is called as ICT Turkey. The other one is in Brussels, which is called as Cities of the Future. So both events are organized approximately 500 participants. It was a very broad, extensive event. We organized study visits before the COVID-19. We organized study visits to one of the most successful research institutes and companies in Europe. One example is I can give from the ICT area, ICT robotic area. We organized a study visit to DHKI, Fraunhofer IPA, Fraunhofer MFTI. So those 3 days events, 3 days visits organized to those companies, and we brought them around 10 participants from Turkey. We make it bilateral meetings with them in order to develop their project ideas in Horizon 2020. So when the COVID-19 hit the world, we passed to do online meetings. As you might remember that there was a Green Deal call in 2020 following the COVID-19 also changing in the European Commission. Green Deal will become one of the priority issue, and Commission come up with the €1 billion call. So we organized several events. One of them is online brokerage event in October 2020. Also, we organized, more than 40 online events, and we reached around 4,600 participants thanks to those events. And we, when the Green Deal call finalized, we hope so great success in Turkey's participation in this specific call. So we organized. Now our target is Horizon Europe, obviously. Horizon Europe is open, and the call topics in specific areas, for example, EIC, ERC has already been open. Thematic call topics will be open in May. Normally it was supposed to be opened in April, but due to the cancellations, there are some delays, etc. But anyway, thanks to our project, we organize every month lots of events. One of them is this month we have 2 lists of the events. One of them is brokerage event, Transcan RNA Joint International Call 2021. You may attend to this event and you can register this event. And if you are very interested in this specific area, you can make a bilateral call topics, bilateral meetings with the people. Also, you can get the information related to this RNA. On 28th of April, we have the EIC Accelerator Project Writing Training for SMEs, which is online event. You may attend and you may, disseminate this event with your network. Also, in May, we are planning 3 different events. One is focus group training in Horizon Europe Battery Call. The other one, general introductory training on civil security for society, which is cluster 3 in Horizon Europe. Also, we are planning to organize one more general introductory training on transport call topics, which is included in cluster 5. So we have the communication channels with our project. All the training activities, all the information, all the materials, with the video records are uploaded to our Turkey Horizon 2020 website. You can follow up all the past event or future events from this website. Also, we have the LinkedIn and the Twitter accounts. We updated all the latest information via the social media channels. So also, as TÜBİTAK, we have the Horizon 2020 official website, www.ufuk2020.org.tr. Also, we have the social media account. Related to the Horizon Europe, the latest information, updates, you can reach all the information via our social media accounts, also our website. I would like to thank you all of your participation. I would like to thank especially all the speakers. This is very valuable training, and I am looking forward to seeing that. Thank you very much. If you have any question related to our National Coordination Office, please contact with us via uko@tubitak.gov.tr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chari, for welcoming the participants And the next speaker is Ebru Aydin. Ebru has been working in the area of developing national databases for many years, and currently she gets professionally involved in advocating for open science and research data. Ebru is the coordinator also of the Aperta project and responsible for the ULAC-BIM Open Data Training Portal. She's a member of TÜBİTAK ULAC-BIM Open Science Committee. She's UNESCO Open Science National Expert and member of Commission Expert Group on National Points of Reference on Scientific Information. Ebru, we are all honored to have you with us. The floor is
thank
yours.
you. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the nice introduction. It's nice to be here. So everybody, good morning again. Let me share my screen first, I hope. Yeah.
We see your screen very well.
Okay, thank you. Today, I'll present TÜBİTAK National Initiatives for Open Science. As usual, I would like to begin how to define open science, because this is actually not a simple question to answer. For some, it's a set of values, others a set of activities. For some, it is located one or more specific mandates, such as open access. For others, it represents a set of changes. What is Foster saying? Foster says, here I would like to mention this description. Open science is the practice of science in such a way that others can collaborate and contribute, where research data, lab notes, and other research processes are freely available under terms that enable reuse, redistribution, and reproduction of the research and its underlying data and methods. Last month, there was a Open Science Conference, DBW organized that. There, conference chair, Professor Klaus Tochterman stated in his opening address that open science is on a good way, becoming the new normal. I like this sentence so much. Becoming the new normal, a good scientific practice, and is growing rapidly. This is very right. Dear attendees, open science is not a rigid concept. The various actors discuss their understanding of open science and keep developing it further. A current topic is how to ensure equal access to open science worldwide, both technically and financially. This also creates a central aspect, I think. What are the open science activities in TÜBİTAK? We have a National Open Science Advisory Committee in TÜBİTAK. We made open access policy. Aperta TÜBİTAK Open Archive and Aperta TÜBİTAK Turkey Open Archive are the repositories of TÜBİTAK. Research Data Management Training Portal, Turkish Academic Archive, Harman. These are all our efforts in the sense of TÜBİTAK. ULAC-BIM, TÜBİTAK ULAC-BIM National Open Science Advisory Committee is in order to develop open science strategies, it will. The committee composed of academics in the area of open access studies, experts from information and library services of the institution, and experts from related units of TÜBİTAK. You know, the TÜBİTAK open science policy was discussed and accepted at the meeting of TÜBİTAK at 2019. The management, storage, archiving, compilation, and digital preservation of the publications and research data produced by the projects carried out or supported by TÜBİTAK constitute the framework of TÜBİTAK open science policy. Here, the Green Road open access requirement has been adopted with the agreement of the open science policy. Let's have a look at closer to the national studies. In particular, we work on defining the open science principles and policies to be integrated Turkish academic and research ecosystem. Here, our long-term vision is to ensure open access to scientific publications for all scientific products resulting from public grants, to support and promote best practices for open and fair data and for open research software, continuous training of researchers in open science practice, increasing the use of national research infrastructures and interconnection with the European Open Science Cloud. Harman is a Turkey academic archive. It's built to enable widespread access from a single center to scientific academic contents, limited and suitable for open access. Harman is providing easy and safe access to the contents in the country and international area. Aperta is very important repository in Turkey. It is a national open access and open data repository for research data management, a multidisciplinary open repository maintained by ULAKBİM. The data sets, documents, and other research materials can be located via the Aperta search engine. Scholars from any research discipline can upload data in any file format. For example, 6 months ago, there was a data upload in Aperta. In 6 months, it has more than 500 views and more than 400 downloads. This is a very good news that really data are more visible than publications. Aperta TÜBİTAK Open Archive also indexed in re3data.org. You know, re3data is offers detailed information on more than 2,000 research data repositories, and we are indexing in re3data. And here I would like to announce that Aperta Turkey will open to researchers in the middle of the May, we hope. Here we want to implement a DOI assignment mechanism for suitable archived published dataset in the Aperta archive. We believe that the ability to cite datasets using DOIs will encourage ethical use of the free and open data in Aperta archive. And we have also research data management training portal. It's a platform that brings together the best resources addressed to those who need to know more about open data. This is the only comprehensive portal in Turkish. Many different users, from researchers to data managers, librarians, research administrators, can benefit from the portal. And now the portal is evolving into open science training portal, which will include an online data management platform. Also, we are trying to make the Turkish version of open science training handbook. This is this will be very good for Turkish researchers. Thank you for Foster about this book. And we have also TÜBİTAK regarding to the computing and data infrastructures. ULAKBİM has been providing national HPC and data center TÜBİTAK. This is Turkish Science e-infrastructure, providing high performance, data intensive and cloud computing services, as well as scientific data warehouses. The sustainable operation of infrastructures for open science must be addressed more strongly by all stakeholders in the science system. This sustainable infrastructure cannot be ensured unless all involved act in concert. And Dergi Park is also very important in open access and open science in Turkey. Dergi Park is the one-hand solution to collect manuscripts, evaluate and publish the peer-reviewed journals. It's an open access journal housing and editorial process management software. We have started with the open journal system based solution, but had to customize a long way. It's similar, Dergi Park is similar to Open Research Europe, except the journal management, editorial boards, and peer review system is done by the journals here in Dergi Park. Dergi Park do not have authority over the content of any journal policies. There are currently more than 2,000 journals here. We host 2,000 journals, and number of daily active users are sometimes really more than 100,000. I don't know. I can say it properly. And Scope 3, Turkey's Scope 3 partner since May 2014. On behalf of Turkey, ULAKBİM has signed a memorandum of understanding, which is the basis of Scope 3 partnership. Also, TÜBİTAK agrees and shares certain general principles to achieve open science and effectiveness. So European Open Science Post platform is very important for us. As a summary, we have EOS association, we have the policy, we have forum for coordinate national discussions, seminars, and host meetings. We have not a national DMP tool currently, but as I told you, we are trying to make it an online service very soon. Data centers, ULAKBİM collaborates with the Virtual Observatory and Polar Data Center in Turkey. It's very important centers. So we offer National Repository, Apert and Harman, and other, we prepare, as I told, research data training portal. Here, I would like to summarize about open science, because dialogue, exchange, and collaboration at all levels are essential for implementing open science. The communities of individual disciplines, as well as neighboring disciplines, must identify examples of best practice, communicate them, and learn from them. This exchange also adds to the gradual development of the incentive system. The strong involvement of various grassroots movements continues giving important impulse to the furthering of open science and initiating change. The COVID-19 pandemic has given a fundamental thrust to open science. This potential must be used fully. Opening up research data has shown how science works with openness. But the pandemic has also shown us deficits, especially in the area of science communication. Here, the lesson has been that in the past, it has not been made sufficiently clear how the scientific cosmos operates. This must be urgently improved so that public gains an informed trust in science. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ebru, for your introduction. And there is no doubt about the significance of open science. It's only a matter of how familiar we are with this field. And for this, we have some questions that we prepared with Slido. Tuğçe, if you would like to start with the first question and there are very general questions, and I think the best timing to have them asked is now, before we start with the first plenary session. And the first question is about how familiar you feel with the principles of open science. So please be frank, feel comfortable to reply how really familiar you feel with the principles of open science. And yeah, I think that myself, I know what it is about, but being familiar with something doesn't mean that we can actually make use of what are the offerings there. And we can leave this question a little more, and while I will inform you about the steps now, we start with session 1. It is about open access for publications. And this is the session that will last till our lunch break. And it is composed of 3 presentations. The first is by Eli Papadopoulou of the Athena Research Center, and it's about the roots and mandates of open access to publications. The second presentation is by Rina Kutma from EILF, and it is about tools for finding journals. And the third one is from Gültekin Gürtal from İzmir Institute of Technology, and it is about open research in Europe. And there, I think that you will be happy to hear that Gültekin will make his presentation in Turkish, so it will be more comfortable for you. So would you like Tuğçe to go to the second question? Yeah, the second question is how familiar you are with tools, platforms that are available in open science publications. So not about the concepts, the high level, but about practically hands-on tools and platforms that are there, and they can help us make this transition easier and faster for open science. And I think that we should not spend more time for the third question. So stay there with this question, Tuğçe, and we can pass the floor to Eli. I will introduce Eli with few words. Eli has a foundational background in library science and information systems, and has had professional training in data and service management. She's with the Athena Research Center since 2017, and is heavily involved in projects that promote, integrate, and enhance open science best practices in all levels, European, national, and global levels. And to name a few, these are the European Open Science Cloud Pilot Project, the Open Air Project, the Research Data Alliance in Europe, Hellenic Data Service, HELIX, and the National Initiatives for Open Science in Europe. And particularly for Open Air in Greece, Eli supported several European-funded projects coordinated by Greek institutions to comply with open access and open data requirements. Eli, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Adamantios, for the introduction, and thank you very much for having us for this intensive, like today, training event. We're really happy to be here and contribute again to your efforts to enhance the Turkish participation in the framework programs of Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, and so on. Yes, I shared my screen as I see here, and now there is in full mode, sorry. All right, perfect. So I don't have to introduce myself. I think you covered more things that I would actually say for myself. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to talk about open and open science briefly. Again, see what we also have already been introduced in the previous, the first focus group that was for introductory in open science. So I will talk about what is open air, so what is our role and what we're doing in the open science spectrum, and get into the more details of the roots, the mandates, and some tips when you're writing the proposal and where you're trying to implement those open science best practices after you have already have the grant in place in hand. Right. So a little bit about OpenAIR. OpenAIR is the pan-European electronic infrastructure. It's a distributed and participatory electronic infrastructure that is a pillar of the European Open Science Cloud. So not only it provides the services, all the services in the EOSC catalog, so as EOSC resources, but also it supports the development of foundation architectural elements and components of the EOSC. And operational elements of the EOSC. It's based on existing national infrastructures. It interconnects with various actors across Europe, and it's also linked. It supports linked open science, and you will see we will cover many of the services that we have that not only can support you to comply with open science mandates in the framework program, in the context of the framework programs, but they also support you implement them, implement best practices, like for example, for FAIR. For supporting linked open science, as I mentioned, for all types of research entities and outputs for publications, data, software, educational and training material, and so on. But I mentioned that we are this electronic infrastructure, but apart from this, an infrastructure that has that provides added value horizontal services, we have a strong human network that supports all these activities for open access and research data management for different stakeholders. We support researchers, we support people that support research, like national contact points. So we try to establish a two-way communication with each other, also policymakers for and research performing organization or research funding institutions that want to develop a policy to enforce in their region and in their area of influence. And of course, technical implementation. We also support this through the human network of the National Open Access Desks. I wanted to mention that OpenAIR has been operated as a European funded project for 10 years now, with national nodes mandated by the European Commission. And in 2018, it started a different journey as now it's a legal entity, so people can become members in OpenAIR, and we have currently more than 48, I think, and we're growing members from more than 35, 36 countries across Europe. All right, so the three pillars, I already mentioned that we provide support, and we try to not only support others, but also we try to enhance them with the services that we produce and with the guidance and all the different guidance tools that we produce. The three pillars of our work are services. So our services, we want to be interlinked with all other, with the EOSC, as I mentioned, with services with the infrastructure and services of EOSC. Training, we want to, this is very important for us because we want to promote the skills, the European, the skills that are needed for researchers to be competent in the European research area. And these skills have to do with open science and for data. And the policies, again, I mentioned that we try to provide, we produce the model templates for open science policies so that people like research performing institutions and research funders can use them as a prototype, let's say, to build on their own policies that are aligned with what the European research area has defined in their own strategic documents. This is this you will hear most of these services you will hear about and you will learn about. Well, not all of them, but most of them. And here I'm not going to go into much detail about what every service that we have is, but what I want you to remember is that we support researchers, citizen scientists, small and medium enterprises, funders, institutions, research initiatives, research communities, and all these different stakeholders we support through, let's say, three thematically different services, like services that have to do with publishing in open access and publishing the research results, services that have to do with monitoring the research results and the trends of open science, and services that have to do with discovering those research results and connecting them with making links with each other in a semantic way. All right, now for open science, quickly recap some of the things that we already know. Open science, what it is, it's not a new science, as you already you're familiar with. It's a new standard of doing science. It's a new standard of disseminating our results. So not only the publications, but also the data that support our publications and the outcomes of the publications, the conclusions that we see, that we write in the papers, but also the software that supports analysis of some of our data and all other different outputs that we may produce throughout the research life cycle. So all those are have let's say, being the practices in order to get to these outputs have been redefined, redesigned under new activities, let's say, that incorporate openness and support the responsible research conduct that has a direct scientific, economic, and societal impact. So the principle of open science is collaboration, which has already been very well mentioned from Ebru's presentation before. Open access, and where we talk about open access, we mean that the principles is that people can be able to read and access scientific information and also mine, apply text and data mining, methods in order to exploit those results that are in open access. For FAIR principles, we mean findability. FAIR stands for findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability. So for FAIR principles, what that means for applying them, it means that we allow for better and wider discovery of those research outputs, interoperability across different systems, and reusability of those outputs. So have all these different criteria that need to be met in order for them to be fair. And documentation, it means that all these outputs should be documented and described in a transparent way and provide, let's say, high level of accuracy in what we're doing in our scientific conduct, in order for all the research to be reproducible. That's the core, let's say, impact that we want. The areas of action, and that the European Commission actually does all of that for reproducibility. That's the key that you need to know. The areas of action that these core principles apply are scientific outputs. So you can apply all those principles for scientific outputs, for infrastructures and services for research that you are developing, or you have already the existing infrastructures. You can take them and modify them and integrate some of those best practices to enhance their, let's say, open science compatibility. And of course, another area of action for all those core principles where they can be applied is in training and new skills to promote, let's say, more excellence on those of researchers and of produced research. Why open science? because for research, these are the benefits for research, researchers, economy, and society. For research, if we follow open science, and this is very important for you to know, this slide I would keep, for example, for those that are writing grant proposals, I would keep it and highlight some of these in the impact section, for example. For research, why open science is important? It's because it reaches wider audience when something it's openly shared and someone can access it openly without having paywalls, which limits the access. Then you understand that it's that the audience that it reaches is more broad, so people can base their research on ours. Research reuse, research outputs is supported by following open science, and this is very important because people can reuse our research results and compose their own let's say research based on also our results. We can validate, of course, it's better validated research if we follow the open science practices, because not only we have the publication that we openly share with others, but also the data that accompany those publications. So it's easy to know the input and not all. So the publication is the output of our research, and the input that also supports the output is the data that we have used to analyzed in order to produce the conclusions that we have in our papers. So this is more validation, let's say, on our side for the research that we produce, and for it also prevents, if we follow open science principles, we prevent information and data loss, because one of the key and important things is preservation of information, of scientific information through repositories, and we'll see what other methods and tools are out there. For researchers, of course, we understand that by following the open science principles, not only we comply with the European mandates, but also this promotes integrity of our research. So we are, let's say, more we build on our excellence and the different and our competencies. We increase the use of citations to get more credits, because again, since we reach wider audience, then more people can credit us and can cite our work. For rewards, it's we'll see in a minute that the European Open Science Cloud and the European the Horizon Europe Framework Program also has some incentives and rewards in place that it wants to apply for when following open science practices. For economy, open science is very important because it stimulates innovation. So not only so we're moving from just publishing a paper to getting the data and trying to produce have new products out of them. So it stimulates the innovation with quicker access to scientific information and data that can validate the results. Strengthens regional and national markets, of course, and the EOSCSI paradigm that supports this. And it also allows for new jobs to be created. For example, we see that in open science, there is a need for data stewards and the need for data curators and so on. So these are some of the, let's say, new jobs that are supported. For society, of course, we understand that we build the trust by following open science. We build trust for research in society, because we show that we are transparent with how the public funded research is exploited and it's produced. Citizen scientists can have access to our research, so they can use them. They feel more inclusive, let's say, towards science. And we can have collaborations if we follow open science. We strengthen, let's say, the collaborations on national and European level with other stakeholders. Now, for Horizon 2020, for the mandates that are in place at the moment, Article 29, as you may know, has two different rules. So Article 29.2 relates to, the grant agreement relates to the publications, so how access is provided to scientific publications. And there you also might find the term of embargo. The embargo periods might apply according to which route you might have followed. If it will be the green open access route or if it will be the gold open access route, as we'll see on the next slide. So Article 29.2 is about the open access publications, and Article 29.3 is about the grant agreement. So there we need to, it focuses on the research data and how they can be openly shared and how fair those research data are, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, as we saw. And also one of the things that is under this article is the DMP, the data management plan, that will be submitted also together with the research data. And it should be kept as a living document throughout the research process. Of course, you know that already. We're talking about open access to publications and to research data, and we understand, of course, for research data in particular, that not everything can be openly shared. That's understandable because it might have to do with our research data being relevant to human activities, so they have personal data or they contain sensitive information from trade secrets or confidential information. So this kind of research data, it's something that we cannot share with the widest, let's say, open means. But this is why the European Commission follows this motto, which allows us to have different levels of openness, as open as possible, as closed as necessary. So we can check the access restrictions that we want to have for our research outputs. Plus, there are different opting out options that we can follow and that we can define and describe when we write a grant agreement or after we've signed the grant agreement. So even before or after, we can specify if there are any clauses that we can opt out from, like, for example, for IPR concerns, for exploitation, for example, of our data. If there are privacy or data protection concerns, if there's national security concerns, if there's any other legitimate reason for opting out. And of course, you can opt out for projects that won't produce or collect any research data. That's also a reason to claim that you can that you want to opt out from openly sharing your data. What is perceived as publication? This is something that some research, some Horizon 2020 at least, because now we are in Horizon 2020 still. So some Horizon 2020 projects still ask what is perceived a publication. So a publication is perceived as a peer-reviewed collection, a peer-reviewed, let's say, output, literature output, such as articles in scientific journals, as we see here, that has been evaluated. Peer-reviewed means that it has been evaluated by our peers, by other scholars, by other colleagues. So it's validated by those people. These are the kind of publications that also the mandate applies to. The mandate does not apply to books or to conference proceedings, as you will see here, to monographs and any other gray literature, so informally published material. then you're not obliged to share them in open access, but you're encouraged to do it if you want to get more credits in the review process. And also deliverables, very important, deliverables are not considered publications. You can again share them openly in a, like for example, the very basic, deposit them in a repository, but they are not part of the mandate, so you do not have to worry about it. For open access to publications, two main things you have to have in mind, that you want to provide access to your publications and preserve them for the long term. So providing access means that you deposit a version of the publication in a literature repository and ensure it's open access. And that way you also satisfy the preservation of the publication as well. So by depositing your data and openly sharing them from this repository, you satisfy those two, access and preservation. But in that case, you have to check the embargoes that may apply from the publishers, which can be 6 months for the STEM for sciences, and STEM disciplines, or 12 months for SSAs, for social science and humanities. And this is the green route, the first one. So if we want to select the gold route, which you're going to see later with Irina Kushma, what that means. If you want to select the gold route, then you can publish your research in an open access journal, and the open access journal will provide the open access for you. Through maybe most of the cases, open access is ensured in gold, or in the gold open access routes, is ensured from article processing charges that this journal might charge us, the APCs. So if we pay, they can provide the open access for us. It's not always the case, but most of the times we have to pay a small fee in order for the open access to be satisfied. But it's important to remember that if we follow the gold route, the publication open access journals, we still have to deposit a version of the publication in a repository to satisfy the preservation. Okay, and this is, you'll see later more details about these two routes. Plus, please remember that you have to also provide open access to the metadata of those publications. These are the modes of self-archiving, the different versions of the publication that you can deposit or publish. So the preprint is the version that you have submitted to, let's say, a journal, and this is the preprint. This version can be shared in the repository. So some journals, some publishers allow only the preprint version to be deposited after in a repository. Some other journals allow also not only for preprint, but also for postprints. So meaning those versions of the publication that have undergone through the peer review. So the versions that exist after the peer review, those are the postprints. Some journals allow for those versions to be deposited in repository also. And lastly, some journals, and thankfully those are growing, so there are many by today. They allow not only for the preprint, not only for the postprint, but for the latest version, the last version of the publication, meaning the one that has already the template. It's in the template that that the journal has. So this version is what you see on the publisher side. Exactly, you can download it and use it to deposit it in a different venue in a repository. So some journals, some publishers might also allow you to use their version, the final version, in the repository. But you have to check from the tool that you see with Irina, which of these versions you can depositing repositories to satisfy the preservation of the open access, of the open science. Sorry, bad examples of repositories that are not valid, it's very important to remember that. It's that ResearchGate or the Google Scholar that has now some new features about providing, keeping track of the open access and so on of our publications. These are not valid repositories. These are not repositories. They are just commercial, let's say, providers that can filter our research, and we can have profiles, let's say, on them to promote our research. But they are not repositories, so they do not have any preservation policies in place like repositories. A personal page or blog is not a valid repository. It's just a page that we keep, that we produce. Let's say we write our accomplishments. A website, either a departmental or institutional website or a project website, is not a repository. You can, of course, add whatever you want in the project website. So, for example, you can have a list of the publications, you can have a list of the different deliverables, different materials that you produce, but this does not, this doesn't have to do with the mandate. So it doesn't support the mandate. It just supports the content management, let's say, of your project, and not the communication with best practices. The preprint service that do not accept postprints, so those servers that only support the publication of preprints and not postprints are not compatible, so they are not valid repositories like the bioRxiv, for example. And Dropbox or other cloud services, I think, similar to Google, but we saw are again not repositories. They are there for our storage, let's say, needs, but they are not repositories. One of the things that has to do with the open access mandate, and we need to make sure that we include when we in the dissemination of our results in open access, is to also include the statement where we acknowledge the funding. It's very important, and here's a standard format that you can use to acknowledge the funding of the project. For Horizon Europe, and I think I'm over my time. For Horizon Europe, there are many things that are changing. Open science is becoming mainstream, and we again see that publications and research data are there, but also the different practices that are supported and different incentives are created so that you know their application, the application of open science is more efficient. And it can be also, let's say, monitored following up appropriate metrics. So for research data, you will hear tomorrow. So I'm going to go through the open access part of the publications. They are, again, as we mentioned, peer-reviewed scientific publications, and we are moving in the Horizon 2020, sorry. There was, let's say, not that much attention given to the copyright holder. So they were exceptions. So the publishers provided exceptions for the copyright of intellectual property rights, the copyright, so that authors can deposit a version of their publication in a repository in order to be compliant with the funder's mandate. So that was an exception. But now it's even higher in the priorities and in the attention that is given from the European Commission, so that beneficiaries must retain sufficient intellectual property rights, like the copyright, to comply with open access requirements. All right, so beneficiaries must also ensure that they deposit this the open peer-reviewed publication in a trusted repository and in an open access, following open access principles under CC BY or equivalent. So CC BY means that Creative Commons licenses, so those licenses that acknowledge the author, the contribution of the author, here CC BY, and equivalent. And we see here that for long text formats, there are different licenses that may apply, like for example, CC BY non-commercial, so that you can share these long text documents and acknowledge the authors that have produced them, but not for commercial purposes. And another license that is compatible for long-term formats and acceptable is CC BY ND, CC BY non-derivatives, non-derivatives, which means that you can share these long documents, the long text documents, acknowledging the authors, but not you cannot have derivatives out of them. Those are the different licenses that are promoted, let's say, in Horizon Europe. And information by the repository about research outputs, again, needed to validate the conclusion of the scientific publication. Under CC0, the public domain, CC0 means licenses that have to do with public domain materials or equivalent, in line with the principles and providing for the licensing terms, amongst others. And publication may be in venue of choosing, but any publication fees are reimbursable only if publishing venue is full open access. And because COVID happened in the meantime of in the midst, let's say, of Horizon 2020, there in Horizon Europe, there is they foresee public emergencies, and there are different, let's say, some tweaks that might apply for when public emergencies happen. You can see here. So now, when you write the proposals, one thing that you have to have in mind for open science is that the end goal is to have reproducible research. So open science is one of these, let's say, elements of the responsible research innovation agenda. And this is why you have to make sure that you show the impact of open science and different and how you, let's say, promote the impact, how you support and promote impact of research and of science. So you have to provide optimum, traceable, and perennial access to not only publications, but to research data, to research software, and all different outputs that you might produce or collect throughout the research. You see that publication only is not reproducible. You need more things in order to reproduce, to be able to reproduce the science. You need the code and the data, and some semantics around them. And you need to do that in order to, again, I think I mentioned that, show how this new knowledge will benefit, will have impact, not only in academia, but in society at large. What you can do is define open science strategies and delegate implementation across work packages. When you create the proposal, when you write the proposal, you can have dissemination, you can focus on the dissemination and communication of the results and apply open science principles there. And also, please remember that not only communication of results inside academia, but also outside academia, because we want to support and influence innovation as much as we can. When we write a proposal, we can submit an early version of a data management plan. This is not, again, these are just tips in what you can do to strengthen the grant, the proposal that you're writing. In this early submission of the DMP, just very quickly describe and outline what data will be produced and how this will be shared. and if no data will be shared again, you can include that in the DMP, and you can make sure that you have foreseen the different resources that are needed in order for you to implement those open science strategies when you get the grant. So make sure that you have PMs allocated across the different work packages that have to do with implementing the different open and fair principles. And please, that's also a tip, something that you can do for extra credits. Consider reusing other researchers' data, because we see that there's a growing number of reproducibility studies nowadays, and this is very, very good to have from the submission of the proposal yet. Extra things to know and to do, also to get more credits maybe. Sorry, it's to apply open science and fair principles, also to calls that involve infrastructures development. So those calls that have to do with developing or enriching infrastructures and services for data management, for example, so that you make them, you apply and integrate the best practices in order to make them support at the end fair data, the production, the preservation and sharing of fair data. And they are more fair enabling at the end of this process, which is also something that EOSC supports very much, the European Open Science Cloud. Develop open source software where possible and describe it in the DMPs. Again, it's not part of the mandate. It's not something that it's let's say not even suggested, but we see that this has positive effect if you include it in the grant when you write the proposal. Integrate more aspects of the responsible research and innovation agenda. Open science is one, but there's also gender equality, citizen science. So these are things that you can see, like for example, for citizen science, you can say that how citizens, you can think how citizens can benefit from us openly sharing our research outputs with them. And invest in capacity building for open science skills, like for example, show that you want to that you're willing to collaborate with other open science stakeholders, like for example, OpenAir and other research fora like RDA and so on. And yes, show that and follow that when you get the grant, so that you increase the capacity of your workforce and build your open science skills on that. This is an example of the impact section of the Horizon 2020, and you can see here some arguments being incorporated in the text. We can use it to get into to be influenced when you write your impact section, but please not, it's not to be replicated, but to be used for you as, you know, a means of inspiration. Getting inspiration out of it. Overall, you have to incorporate open science throughout, not only during the proposal writing stage as we saw, but also during the project where we apply the different principles. You have to include the provisions in the consortium agreement and state specifically who is going to be responsible for implementing the open science principle and where are you going to be depositing your research at the end. Implement the dissemination strategy and report at reviews, and keep track of the issues and ask for advice, like for the embargoes, the repositories, and any specific materials and so on. And of course, OpenAir is here to help you with that. And after the project ends, very important to state and to also include maybe during the proposal writing is who takes care of depositing in repositories after the project ends. So it's very important if you have a publication that is still under embargo when the project ends, then you should specify, and you should, yes, specify what's going to be the occasion, the process to be followed for this publication or these publications that are under embargo, when the embargo ends, where and who is going to take care of them, how they will be preserved and provided access in the long term. So for reporting, one way you can do the reporting once you have the project, once you have, you have a grant agreement for a Horizon 2020 project. One thing is to go to select opener from the portal, select opener and click all the publications and all the outputs that appear in order to include them in your report. If you don't find something, then you can manually add it at the DOI of the output, the digital object identifier of the output, and then it will be automatically appeared in your profile. And if there's not in opener and doesn't have a DOI, then you can enter it manually. Those reference data can be added manually. For the reporting, you can also specify if the publications are peer-reviewed or not by clicking yes or no. And again, if it's open access, in which open access route has been followed. Green open access, we saw that it's when you grant access through a repository and you preserve it in the repositories. Gold open access is when you pay and you provide access through open access journals. And if there's no open access, can be for occasions where we want to further exploit our outputs. The resources that are available for you to use are from opener are those that have to do with legal issues that you see here, legal issues, main principles about the mandates and how you can comply, different data stories from users and from different communities, and a long research data management guide for you to follow, not only during the implementation, but also when you want to plan and structure your proposal and your concept, your research idea. We also have a pool of services that are available for you to use to comply with the mandate, and you'll see most of them today and tomorrow. And here we are, the National Open Access Desk, that you can contact us at any time and ask for advice and support. Thank you very much. That was for me. I hope I covered this overview.
Thank you, Ellie. And I saw that there was a pending question for Ebru. Ebru, a risk there, if someone makes a good presentation, is that even the moderator listens to the speaker and doesn't pay attention to check other things, like a question that was asked to you. And this question is very much relevant also to a question that we had in Slido. So Tuce, please also show the question we had about research data management plans. The question to you, Ebru, is how are you advising about data management plan preparations in TÜBİTAK? So if there is some policy there from your side.
Yes, it's a very nice question, and this question also comes a lot after TÜBİTAK RDM has implemented 1001 project to the DMP. We prepare a DMP for RDM projects, and they began to use it, but everybody asks and want this. We would like to make an online DMP system for Turkey, and Gültekin also know this. He advised Argos for this. We would also look Argos because its Turkish version is ready. We can put this, or we can make for especially for Turkish researchers, a new open DMP online. Thank you.
So there is some planning there from your side there, which is undergoing.
Yes, there is some planning of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then We go to our next speaker, and our next speaker is Irina. And Irina Kuchma is Open Access Program Manager at EIFL, and she has been managing the EIFL Open Access Program since 2008. And she has been working in collaboration with libraries, library consortia in more than 60 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe. She advocates for open access to research results, facilitates the development and implementation of open science policies and infrastructures, and provides support and training and many other things about you, Irina. I will only conclude by saying also that Irina's contribution to IFL work in response to the COVID-19 pandemic includes also curating the open air COVID-19 gateway and the coronavirus disease research community on Zenodo. So Irina, the floor is yours. We are listening to you.
Thank you so much. So I'll talk today about a couple of tools, and I put a link in a chat to most of them. And I'll start with one more policy initiative that is not directly related to you who receive funding from Horizon 2020 projects, but is a little bit related to those of you who would like to receive funding from Horizon Europe, forthcoming European research program. And this initiative is called Plan S and Coalition S, and the idea behind it is to make open access full an immediate reality starting from this year. And it's a group of mostly European funders, but there are also funders from US, such as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and also some international organizations that agreed to collaborate to ensure this full and immediate open access. And they released a document which is called Plan S. And it includes 10 principles. So the first principle is related to copyright, and it says that authors or their institutions retain copyright to their publications. So they don't transfer copyright to publishers. They give a license to publishers to publish an article, but copyright remains with an author or an institution. And publications, open access publications, are published under the most liberal Creative Commons attribution license. Then funders develop criteria to ensure that open access platforms such as journals, repositories are compliant with those requirements. Incentives, if in some cases an open access platform on certain discipline doesn't exist yet, then a funder commits to set up such a platform. Then fourth principle is about article processing charges, and it says that funders or research institutions should be the one covering those article processing charges, so it shouldn't be paid out of researchers' pockets. And funders in Coalition S support diversity of business models, and article processing charges is not the only way to support open access, and it's not actually a main business model. And when article processing charges are charged, then it should be explained for what exactly publishers are charging and what is the structure of those fees. So it won't be enough just say pay us 2,000 euros. Publishers will have to explain, and those article processing charges should be really reasonable. Then transparency is another principle, and what Ebru presented about TÜBİTAK open science policy. So that's an example of transparency when research funders and institutions adopt policies which are open access and open science policies. This Plan S applies mainly for journal articles. So there is a specific provision that if they could be applied for books, that's fine. But timeline for achieving open access for monographs and book chapters might take longer and might require a different route. So there is no push to make books, scholarly monographs, immediately open access under this Plan S. And then another principle is that funders don't support hybrid model of publishing, where journal publishes some articles as subscription-based articles and other articles as open access articles if authors or institutions pay article processing charges. This hybrid route isn't supported, and journals should be fully open access, or library consortia could negotiate so-called transformative agreements, where out of the money that is paid for subscriptions, certain amount of money goes to cover article processing charges. And these agreements are not only to access content, but also to be able to publish in open access. Funders also advocate for no cost increase in those agreements. So it shouldn't be more expensive for an institution or for a country if it's a national library consortium that negotiates these agreements. Then there is monitoring, that funders will monitor compliance, and what Ellie presented before, European Commission monitors in Horizon 2020 whether projects comply with open access requirements. So similar in Coalition S, funders also monitor compliance. And then the last one is interesting about research assessment, because we understand that advocating for open access or open science is excellent, but if this is not something that is supported during research assessment and evaluation, then it's really unrealistic to expect that researchers would practice it. And this last bullet point specifically says that funders commit that when assessing research outputs during funded decisions, they will value the instinct merit of the work and not consider the publication channel, its impact factor, or other journal metrics or the publisher. So basically what members of Coalition S say that it doesn't matter in which journal you publish. What matters is the quality of your article and the quality of your work, and not a journal brand. And this is an example how this principle could be applied in practice. And what we have seen so far in academia, that there is a lot of competition, and this competition was rewarded, but now funders are saying that we don't really want researchers to compete, we want researchers to collaborate, and we would reward collaborations. And before, it was really easy to look at journal impact factor and say, okay, if Ellie published an article in a journal with impact factor higher than a journal where I published my article, then that's more higher prestige, and it's more reputable publishers, and Ellie will have priority over me. But now funders are saying, no, it shouldn't be like that, because the journal doesn't tell anything about the quality of my or Alice's paper directly. So it's what's important is quality of review and fast and fair review. That's what matters. Again, before funders try to be very selective and kind of look at newsworthy publications, but now they will be rewarding solidly reproducible and robust results. So it's not fashion that will be rewarded, but real quality science. And again, before, when researchers were applying for funding, they had to mention list of journal articles and mention journals where they published and also journal impact factors. But now this won't be only journal articles that would matter. Also other practices such as data sharing would be rewarded. All research outputs, all research contributions would matter. And qualitative metrics would play a higher role than those numbers, numeric metrics, which aren't really accurate. And it would be more transparent. So that's what changes, and I think these are very exciting changes, and they would support more openness and reproducibility of research results. I also mentioned in the beginning, and Ellie mentioned it as well when she was talking about Horizon Europe, new European Commission's research funding program, Coalition S and also Horizon Europe require rights retention, and it will be mentioned in the funder agreement that a researcher will have to publish an article or make article available in a repository immediately after publication. So no matter whether this article is published in an open access journal or in a closed access journal, a version of the article should be made immediately open access, zero embargo periods, and it should be available under Creative Commons attribution license. And the requirement is for authors accepted manuscript, a version after peer review. So there is no requirement to make a version of record or publish a PDF. But of course, if it's an open access journal article, then it could be a publisher PDF that should be made available in an open access repository. So there is a new push to retain sufficient rights to provide immediate open access to a journal article via a repository, and it could be any repository, institutional or discipline specific or shared repository. And this article should be made available under an open license to make it easier, not only for humans, but also for machines to get access to it, maybe exercise text data mining and come up with new discoveries. So these are big changes, but I think they are positive changes. And Coalition has released a journal checker tool where you can check whether a journal where you would like to publish in is compliant with Coalition S funder policy. And it's only a requirement for these funders listed on this slide. So if you receive funding from any of them, then it would be useful to use this journal checker tool and check whether where you will publish will be compliant with this rights retention strategy and open access requirement of a funder. Another tool which is really useful for me is an international directory of open access journals. and it's a database of quality open access journals. As you can see, as of Friday last week, there were 16,210 journals, and out of those over 16,000 journals, 11,670 journals don't charge any article processing charges. So in fact, most open access journals don't charge article processing charges, but of course the most prestige ones do charge. But as I mentioned before, there is this emphasis on prestige isn't so big anymore in the funder eyes. So if you go to directory of open access journals, and if you want to look for a journal to publish your research, if you want to publish your research in an open access journal, then you can click on those journals without APCs. And then when you click, you can refine your search results. So you can select subjects. You can also filter by languages. If there is a specific requirement to publish with a specific license, then you can also filter by license, by publisher, or by publishers' countries. And then you'll end up with a list of journals that might be useful for you to publish your articles. Zanelli already explained these different versions of articles and what Horizon 2020 requires and what Horizon Europe will require, and what also other members of Coalition S require is this middle way. They require a version after peer review to be deposited openly in a repository. And there are two tools that you can use to check publisher permissions. Ellie mentioned that in Horizon 2020, embargo period is accepted. So open access could be provided 6 months after publication for STM disciplines and 12 months after publication for social science and humanities. And if you want to be sure that a journal where you want to publish your paper is compliant with this requirement, what you can do, you can go to the Sherpa Romeo database and you put a journal title. So what I did, I put Nature, and that was a result. So it says that open access to published version could only be provided if it's an open access article. But we know that Nature also publish subscription-based articles. So if it's if you published your article under subscriptions, then it's accepted version that you should check. And Nature says that open access to accepted version could be provided 6 months after publication, and that's compliant with Horizon 2020 requirement. And then submitted version could be made immediately available in a repository, but Horizon 2020 requires peer-reviewed version of article, so it is accepted version. And more specific details about that. So if it's a research article published in a Nature journal, then Nature allows providing open access to it via an institutional repository or funder designated repository or any other repository 6 months after publication. And conditions are that a link to published version should be mentioned. So for example, a DOI of the article should be included. And it's an example of a journal which is compliant with Horizon 2020 requirement, but it's not compliant with forthcoming Horizon Europe requirements, and it's also not compliant with coalition S requirements, because now funders are saying that it should be immediate open access and not 6 months embargo period. So I guess journals will have to change their policies, or researchers will have to look for another journal which is compliant with the requirements. And the last tool that I would like to show is called shareyourpaper.org. And it does the same as SharePeromio. It checks publisher self-archiving copyright permissions, but it displays results in a slightly different way. So what I did, I also searched using a DOI of a paper published in a Nature journal. So it's a similar policy that I showed before. But the way results are displayed, I think they are a bit more researcher friendly, because they say you can freely share your paper and find the manuscript the journal accepted. It's not a PDF from the journal website. So I was checking for an article published in Nature. So it's not a published PDF that I'm allowed to deposit, but a manuscript that my manuscript after peer review that journal accepted for publication. And then there is also a pointer checks that there aren't any publisher logos or formatting, because that's the difference between post-print version and publisher PDF, that publisher documents are formatted, and the versions you approve for publication are usually Word versions, and then that version could be deposited. So it provides same type of information, but I think in a more user-friendly way. But if you want to check journal policies, you can use either SharePeromio or shareyourpaper.org. And that's it. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Irina, I saw that you were very efficient, because 2 questions that participants have asked, you have already answered them silently. And for all audience, you can find the answers to these questions in the question and answer chat box. And as I see, there are no other questions, and we can now go to Gültekin Gürtal, who is our next speaker. We will omit the coffee break, the grab a coffee short break. Actually, we are all from our home office or from our office. We can grab a coffee anytime, so that we will not delay or need to shrink the time available for the lunch break. And a brief introduction for Gültekin. Gültekin has been working as the library director at the Izmir Institute of Technology for 15 years. He has previously held position at Bilkent University, the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, Sabancı University, and TÜBİTAK University. He has vast working experience in the field of open access, open science, and open data for more than 10 years. And he participated in Open Air Plus, Open Air 2020, and Open Air Advanced projects, and works heavily in the area of open access and open science. So we are eager to listen to your presentation, Gültekin. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry, because my presentation you mentioned before, it will be Turkish. So
no, I think that the audience will enjoy it more, and it will be only the non-Turkish speaking people that we may have an incentive to get taught Turkish at some point soon. Thank you.
But I'm sure that you know all of these things, but it's very new for the Turkish participants. So I will continue in Turkish. Merhabalar değerli katılımcılar. İlk toplantımızı Mart ayında yapmıştık ve şimdi ikinci toplantımızı yapıyoruz ve daha fokus bir gruba sesleniyoruz. Ve açık bilim özellikle Avrupa'daki uygulamalarla beraber hepimizin gündemine çok daha fazla gelmeye başladı. Avrupa Birliği açık bilimin önemini çok daha fazla anlamaya başladı ve Türkiye'de de bu konuda uzun zamandır bir şeyler yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Epey de yol aldık. Umarım bundan sonra da daha iyi şeyler hep beraber yapabiliriz. YÖK, TÜBİTAK, üniversiteler bu konudaki en önemli ayakları işin ve o yüzden de buradaki yapılan çalışmalar hepimiz için son derece önemli. Şimdi ben başlarken size bir duyuruyla başlamak istiyorum aslında. Önümüzdeki ay 25-26 Mayıs'a planladığımız Ulusal Araştırma Verileri Sempozyumunu düzenleyeceğiz. Bu sempozyum ilk defa düzenlenecek Türkiye'de ve bu sempozyumda hepimiz için, Türk üniversiteleri için, Türkiye'deki KOBİ'ler için çok yeni olan veri konusunu gündeme getiriyoruz. İşte araştırma verisinin ne olduğu, nasıl yönetildiği, veri planı, hassas veri, veri koruma gibi ve üniversitelerdeki iş akışları gibi birçok konuyu bu sempozyumda da değerlendirme şansımız olacak. Mutlaka bu 2 günde anlatılanların daha da pekişmesi için ve bu 2 günden sonra aklınıza ulaşabilecek sorulara cevaplar bulabilmek için de bu sempozyuma hepinizi davet ediyorum ve zaten herkese açık olacak. Bu konuda bilgilendirmeler sonra devam edecek. Şimdi arkadaşlarım da sabahki oturumlarında hep bahsettiler. Artık nerede yayınladığımız değil, ne yayınladığımız önemli. Çünkü açıklık kültürü, açık bilim bunu gerektiriyor. Ve artık biz sadece işte paralı dergilerde yayın yapmak ya da impact faktörü yüksek diye bir dergide yayın yapmak zorunda değiliz. Artık nerede yayınladığımız değil, ne yayınladığımız önemli. Yani bizim yaptığımız çalışmanın kendisi önemli, dergisi değil. Çünkü artık araştırmacılar farklı metriklerle değerlendirilmeye başlanıyor. Hani öğretim kalitesine etkisi var mı? Yaptığı çalışmanın ülke ekonomisine katkısı var mı? Endüstriye hizmet ve ürün olarak dönüşü var mı gibi farklı metrikler bunu değerlendiriyor. Şimdi diğer bir konudan bahsetmek istiyorum. Open Research Europe. Biliyorsunuz Avrupa Birliği daha önceki çerçeve programlarında açık erişimi yayınlar için zorunlu hale getirmişti. Ve bu zorunlulukla beraber de makalelerinizi açık erişim yapabilmeniz için destekler veriyordu makale işlem bedelinin ödenebilmesi için. Ve artık bu yeni Horizon Europe programında, Ufuk Avrupa programında bu değişti. Ve artık Avrupa Birliği bir platform kurdu. Bu platformun adı Open Research Europe. Artık eğer siz Avrupa Birliği'nden bir proje aldıysanız bu projenin sonuçlarındaki yayınlarınızı ya da verilerinizi herhangi bir açık erişim dergide makale işlem bedeli ödeyerek yayınlamak zorunda değilsiniz. Ve bununla ilgili de projenizde aslında bir fon olmayacak. Ve bu platform size bunları yapabilmenize olanak sağlayacak. Ve bu platforma yayınlarınızı veya verilerinizi göndererek projenizle ilgili yaptığınız anlaşmanın gereklerini yerine getirmiş olacaksınız. Neden böyle bir yayın platformu oluşturdu? Farkındaysanız herhangi bir dergi demiyorum, bir yayın platformu diyorum. Çünkü bu gelecekte çok daha hepimizin gündeminde olacak. Artık belki de dergiler yerine yayıncılık platformları ön planda olacak ve yayınlarımız bu şekilde yayınlanacak. Dergi değil, makalelerin kendisi önemli olacak. Çok yüksek bir güvenilirliği ve etkisi olacağı planlanıyor bu platformun ve şu anda da öyle gidiyor zaten. Ve bütün süreçler şeffaf bir şekilde yürüyor. Çok iyi bir uzmanlardan oluşan bilim kurulu var. Ve herhangi bir şekilde Avrupa Birliği projesi yapan araştırmacılar için burada makale yayınlamanın herhangi bir maliyeti yok. Burada oluşan maliyetlerin tamamı Avrupa Birliği tarafından ödeniyor. Ve buradaki en önemli şey aslında Avrupa Birliği'nin yapmak istediği açık bilim ilkelerine bir örnek teşkil etmesi ve burada bir liderlik etmesi ve bununla beraber de örneğin açık akran değerlendirmesi ya da makalenin hemen yayınlanır yayınlanmaz paylaşılması gibi ve özellikle de yeni nesil göstergeler ve metriklerin uygulanması gibi yenilikleri var. Burada en önemli şey şeffaflık. Burada makale işlem bedelini hibe alan kişi ya da kurum ödemiyor ama Avrupa Birliği F1000'le yaptığı anlaşma karşılığında her bir makale için 780 euro ödeme, makale işlem bedeli ödeyecek. Bu da şeffaf bir süreç ve bu makale işlem bedelinin nelerden oluştuğunu da Avrupa Birliği zaten herkese gösteriyor. Ve buradaki en önemli şeylerden bir tanesi bu tür platformların veya bu platformun gelecek içinde kalıcı olması ve yeni bir yayıncılık modeline dönüşmesi ve belki de kurumsal yayıncılık maliyetlerinde bu şekilde platformlarla paylaşılması ve belki de başka fon sağlayıcılarla bu platformların paylaşılarak yeni ortaklaşa bir yayıncılık modeline geçilmesi en önemli buradaki yeniliklerden bir tanesi. Şimdi klasik yayıncılık süreçlerimizde ne vardı? Özgün hakem makaleleri oluşturuyorduk ve biz bunları gönderiyorduk. Burada da aynı şekilde makalelerimizi gönderiyoruz ve buradaki önemli şeylerden bir tanesi anında açık erişim oluyor olması, açık hakemliğin olması ve diğer en önemli özelliklerden bir tanesi sistemin arka planında çalışan yöntemlerle veri madenciliğine de uygun olması ve özellikle de her makalenin kullanımlarıyla ilgili, işte sosyal medya etkileriyle ilgili farklı türde metriklerin olduğu bir sayfasının olması ve buradaki gerçekten bütün süreçlerin biraz sonra anlatacağım son derece şeffaf yürümesi ve en önemlisi de tabii ki Avrupa Birliği'nin bu konudaki bütün kural ve kurallarıyla ve ilkeleriyle de uyumlu bir platform olması. Ve bunun benzeri aslında diğer fon sağlayıcılarda da var. Özellikle İngiltere'deki Wellcome Trust'te benzer bir platform kurarak kendi fonladığı projelerdeki çıkan yayınları bu şekilde kendi platformu üzerinden yayınlandığında herhangi bir şekilde makale işlem bedeli ödenmesine gerek yok. Ama aynı zamanda fon sağlayıcının gerekleri de yerine getirmiş olabilir. Hemen ben bunu bize örneklemek istiyorum. Düşünün ki TÜBİTAK'ta bir platform oluşturuyor. Bu şekilde bir yayıncılık platformu ve TÜBİTAK projelerinden çıkmış bütün yayınları, bütün verileri böyle bir platforma koyduğunuz zaman açık erişimle ilgili kuralları yerinize getirdiğini söylüyor. Ve buradaki süreçler son derece şeffaf yürütülüyor. Yok işte burada yayınlanan bütün yayınları akademik yükseltmelerde kullanılıyor. Diğer indekslerde indeksleniyor. Yani böyle bir platform olduğu zaman siz de takdir edersiniz ki aslında çok da fazla dergilere falan ihtiyacımız da kalmıyor. Dediğim gibi makaleyi gönderiyoruz. Makale preprint olarak yayınlanmaya başlıyor. Sonra bir takım prosesler var. En sonunda da yayına dönüşüyor. Onlardan da biraz bahsedeyim. Yayınınızı gönderiyorsunuz. Yayınınızın uygun olup olmadığı oradaki bir editörler kurulu tarafından değerlendiriliyor. O içerik buradaki platforma uygun mu değil mi? İntihal var mı yok mu? Bunlar kontrol ediliyor. Daha sonra raporlama ve diğer etik yönergelerde uyup olmadığı kontrol ediliyor. Verinin kullanılabilirliği ile ilgili herhangi bir konu varsa ona bakılıyor. Ve ilgili verileri ve yazılımları fair yapmada yazarları destekleniyor. Daha sonraki süreçte ise bu makale PDF, HTML ve XML olarak da burada kullanıma sunulabiliyor ve gerekli düzenlemeler burada yapılıyor. Alıntı ve referans kontrolleri de yapıldıktan sonra ve kalıcı bir tanımlayıcı atanıyor. Burada bir DOI numarası atanıyor. Ve ondan sonra da yayınlanmaya başlıyor. Bu süreç yaklaşık 10 gün gibi bir süreç sürüyor en fazla. Ve makaleniz preprint olarak yayınlanmaya başlıyor. Buradaki en büyük farklardan bir tanesi açık akran değerlendirmesi dediğimiz, açık hakemlik dediğimiz süreç aslında. Bu büyük bir yenilik. Makalenizi gönderiyorsunuz. Makalenizi gönderdikten sonra açık hakemler tarafından makaleniz değerlendiriliyor. Yani artık sadece işte hiç tanımadığınız bir hakemin yaptığı yorumlara bağlı olarak kalmıyor makaleniz. Makalenize yapılan hakemliği orada görüyorsunuz. Makalenizde kimin yorum yaptığını görüyorsunuz. Ayrıca hakemlerin yorumlarının dışında bu sisteme register olmuş diğer kullanıcılar da hakemlerin yorumlarına veya makaleye de yorum yapabiliyorlar. Burada da bir yorum örneğini, rapor örneğini görüyorsunuz ve o rapora verilen cevabı görüyorsunuz. Ayrıca dediğim gibi açık veriler için de çok uygun bir platform. Eğer verileriniz varsa makalenizle beraber verilerinizi de bu platforma koyabiliyorsunuz. Multidisipliner bir platform. Bilim, teknoloji, tıp, sosyal bilimler, beşeri bilimler. Bu alandaki bütün yayınlarınızı buraya gönderebiliyorsunuz. Yani farklı alanlardaki birçok makaleyi buraya gönderebiliyorsunuz. Ayrıca işte case study'ler, raporlar, veri notları, metotlar, yazılımlar gibi diğer yayın türlerini de yine buraya gönderebiliyorsunuz. Ve buradaki en önemli şeylerden bir tanesi Zenodo OpenAI'nin arşivi. Arkadaşlarım da sabah biraz bahsettiler. Ben de birazdan birazcık daha detaylı bilgi vereceğim. Orasıyla da tam entegre çalışıyor. API'ler aracılığıyla makaleniz tamamen veya makaleniz hakem değerlendirmesinden geçtikten sonra üst verileri aracılığıyla Zenodo'da görünmeye başlanıyor. Ayrıca European PubMed Center'la da bir anlaşma var. Burada da ön baskılar hemen görünmeye başlanıyor. Hakem değerlendirmesinden geçtikten sonra da yine orada yayınlanmış versiyon olarak da görünmeye başlanıyor. Burada 4 yıllık bir anlaşması FBIN'le var OpenAI'nin ve buradaki içeriği geliştirmek, buradaki platformu geliştirmek için beraber çalışmaya devam edilecek. Ayrıca yine Doğaç'la, Scopus'tan olan görüşmelerde devam ediliyor ve oralarda da artık buradaki makaleler yayınlanmaya başlanacak. Buradaki en önemli şeylerden biri belki merak etmişsinizdir bu açık hakemlikteki kısımda. Aslında belki şu ana kadar duymadığınız şeyler söyleyeceğim. Buradaki hakemlikte hakemi yayını gönderen kişiler seçebiliyor. Siz hakem önerebiliyorsunuz. Fakat önerdiğiniz hakemin bu alanda sizin makalenizi gönderdiğiniz konuda en az 3 tane makalesinin olması gerekiyor ve en azından o makalelerden bir tanesinde son 5 yıl içinde yazılmış olması gerekiyor. Ve eğitim ve kütüphanecilik dışındaki alanlarda da mutlaka en az doktorasının olması gerekiyor. Bu en önemli farklardan bir tanesi ve bu seçtiğiniz hakem makalenizi orada değerlendiriyor, raporunu yazıyor, sonlara cevap yazıyorsunuz. Ve buradaki bütün süreçte tamamen şeffaf bir şekilde orada görünüyor. Şimdi Open Research Europe'u burada tamamladıktan sonra birazcık Zenodo'dan bahsetmek istiyorum. Zenodo'da OpenAI'nin bir arşivi CERN'de çalışıyor. Avrupa Birliği projelerinden çıkan yayınlar ve veriler için oluşturulmuştu ama şu anda bütün dünyaya açıldı. Bütün dünyadan hem makale hem de araştırma verisi, yazılım, yani bilimsel değeri olan her şeyi burada saklamak mümkün, saklamak ve paylaşmak mümkün. Aynı zamanda da buraya koyduğunuz her şey DOI numarası da aldığı için çok kolaylıkla atıflarda da kullanılabiliyor. Ve şu anda tamamen ücretsiz bir servis. Her türlü veriyi ve makaleyi buraya koyabiliyorsunuz. Mutlaka araştırmanızı paylaşmanıza destek veriyor. Ondan sonra makalenizin ya da verilerinizle ilgili yeni sürümleriniz ortaya çıktıysa bu yeni sürümleri koyabiliyorsunuz. Ve en önemli şeylerden biri bu arşivlerde güvenilirlik sorunu. CERN'de çalışıyor, oradaki altyapıyı kullanıyor. O yüzden son derece güvenli bir yapıya sahip ve OpenAI tarafından da sürekli yeniden güncellenmeye devam ediyor. Aslında kullanımı da son derece kolay bir sistem. 50 GB'a kadar olan verileriniz için tamamen ücretsiz destek veriyor. 50 GB'dan sonra da görüşmeye bağlı. Eğer nedenleriyle Zenodo'ya bildirirseniz daha fazla veriyi neden koymak istediğinizi yine orada bir görüşme söz konusu ve koyabilmeniz mümkün. Veriyi koyarken verinizi üst verilerini oluşturuyorsunuz. Orada tanımlıyorsunuz. Ve daha sonra sistem tarafından da bir DOI numarası her koyduğunuz veriye ya da makaleye ya da herhangi bir akademik çıktıya atanıyor. Ve böylece çok hızlı bir şekilde yayınlanmaya başlıyor. Ve burada gördüğünüz gibi sadece işte yayınlanmıyor. Aynı zamanda size sistem tarafından çok güzel bir istatistik servisi sunuluyor. Burada buraya koyduğunuz doküman dünyanın neresinden kaç defa kullanılmış, kaç defa görülmüş. Bunları çok rahatlıkla takip edebiliyorsunuz. Ayrıca buraya demiştim farklı versiyonlarını koyabilirsiniz yaptığınız çalışmaları ya da verilerinizin. O versiyonlarla ilgili de hangi versiyon kullanılmış, hangi versiyon atıf almış bunları da çok rahatlıkla görebilirsiniz. Ayrıca burada paylaştığınız yazılımlarla ilgili de bir GitHub entegrasyonu var. GitHub entegrasyonuyla da GitHub'da paylaştığınızda da buraya koyduğunuz her şey karşılıklı birlikte çalışabilirlik prensipleri kapsamında yine çok kolaylıkla paylaşılıp bulunabiliyor. Ciddi anlamda bir kayıt var şu anda. 1.6 milyon civarında kayıt var ve ondan sonra binlerce imaj, binlerce yazılım, veri seti, yani şu anda 235 terabaytın üzerinde veri Zenado'da bulunuyor. Bunların birçoğu da açık. Yani herhangi bir şekilde bir şey saklamak için olmasa bile bir veri tabanı olarak araştırmalarınızda kullanabileceğiniz çok önemli bir veri tabanı Zenado. Mutlaka ziyaret etmenizi, bakmanızı öneriyorum. Yılda 5 milyon civarında da ziyaretçi alan bir web sitesi var. Evet demiştim, bütün finansmanı Avrupa Birliği tarafından yapılıyor. 50 GB'a kadar yükleme hakkınız var. CERN'de çalışıyor. DOI numarası alıyor. Makale düzeyinde metrik size sunuyor ve tamamen ücretsiz ve tüm disiplinlere açık. Zenado.org'da adresi, oradan da çok rahatlıkla bakabilirsiniz. Şimdi Zenado'nun gelecek planların içinde sabah Ebru Hanım da bahsetti, Apert'tan bahsetti. Apert'ta da bizim TÜBİTAK'taki veri arşivimiz, TÜBİTAK çıktıları için geliştirmiştik Apert'ayı. Ama şu anda yeni planlarla beraber Apert'da bütün Türkiye'nin kullanımına açılacak uluslararası standartlarda ve Zenado'nun bir kolonu gibi de çalışacak bir sistem olacak. Son derece güvenli. Zaten altyapıda ikisi de aynı yazılımı kullanıyorlar. Birbirlerinin kolonu gibi çalışacaklar. O yüzden Aperta da bizim için son derece önemli bir proje. Biraz da şeyden bahsetmek istiyorum. Yani Avrupa Birliği projeleri kapsamında yayınlarınızı yaptınız veya TÜBİTAK projeleri kapsamında yayınlarınızı yaptınız. Ve bunları güvenilir arşivlerde saklamak istiyorsunuz. O işte ne yapabilirsiniz, nereye bakabilirsiniz? Bütün dünyadaki akademik arşivlerin, açık arşivlerin aslında kaydedildiği Open Door adında bir site var. Bütün ülkeler, bütün kurumlar kendi arşivlerini buraya kaydettiriyor. Buraya kaydedildikten sonra da çok rahatlıkla burada herhangi bir ülkede hangi arşivler var, bunları bulabilmek mümkün. Türkiye'dekileri de tabii buraya koyabilmek mümkün. Şu anda birazdan Türkiye'deki rakamları size vereceğim. Diğer veriyle ilgili arşivlere geldiğimiz zaman ise repositories.org yine dünyadaki veri arşivlerinin bir listesini sunan bir sistem. Burada da yaklaşık bütün dünyadan 2000 civarında veri arşivinin kaydı var. Herhangi bir şekilde spesifik, disiplin spesifik bir veri arşivi bulmak istediğinizde veya herhangi bir ülkeden herhangi bir veri arşivi var mı diye bakmak istediğinizde çok rahatlıkla repositories.org'u da kullanabilirsiniz. Şu anda Türkiye'deki arşivlerin sayısı 150 civarında oldu ve bunların büyük bölümü hem OpenAI tarafında hem de diğer repositories tarafında olanlar da orada listeleniyor. Şimdi sizlere OpenAI ile ilgili diğer OpenAI'nin sunduğu diğer servislerden bir tanesi olan Provide'dan OpenAI Provide hem akademik arşivler için, açık arşivler için hem de dergiler için bir kullanıcı arayüzü sunan bir servisimiz, OpenAI'nin servisi. hem de kriz sistemleri için, araştırma bilgi sistemleri için ne tür servisler sunuyor, ne tür bir kullanıcı arayüzü sunuyor. Diyelim ki işte bir üniversitenin arşivi var. Bu arşivi buraya kaydettiriyorsunuz. Kaydettirdikten sonra öncelikle kaydettirmeden önce şöyle yapıyorsunuz. Bu arşiv işte Avrupa Birliği'nin standartları, OpenAIRE standartlarına uygun bilgi veriyor mu? Bu uygun sahibinde validation'dan geçiriyorsunuz. Validation geçerse oradaki yönergeler ve kurallara uygun olduğunu söylerse sistem kayıt süreci başlıyor. Kayıtlarınızı yaptırdıktan sonra otomatikman OpenAIRE platformu tarafından sizin arşiviniz düzenli aralıklarla harmanlanıyor ve sizin üniversitenizdeki, örnek olarak üniversitenizdeki bir arşive eklenen bir yayın OpenAIRE tarafından harmanlanarak otomatikman OpenAIRE platformunda da görünmeye başlıyor. Bu şekilde Provide'daki arayüzden bu sürecin nasıl olduğunu da takip edebiliyorsunuz. Yani izleyebiliyorsunuz. Daha sonra size ne tür bir hizmet sunuyor Provide? Bu arşivdeki yayınlarınızı başka arşivlerdeki yayınlarla karşılaştırıyor. Ve eğer sizin yayınlarınızda eksik alanlar varsa da bu alanları tamamlamanız için size şu kayıtlar, şu arşivlerde buldum ve bunları kendi kayıtlarınızı zenginleştirmek isterseniz diye size gösteriyor. Ve bu şekilde de kendi arşivinizdeki kayıtları zenginleştirebiliyorsunuz. Sizdeki eksik olan alanları ekleyebiliyorsunuz. Ve burada da yine en önemli şeylerden biri arşivinizle ilgili ölçme, değerlendirme yapabilmeniz için farklı metrikleri size veriyor. Ve burada bir notification bilgilendirme servisi de var. Yine siz OpenAIRE Provider'a kayıt olduktan sonra kendi arşivinizde veya kaydettiğiniz dergiyle ilgili herhangi bir bilgilendirme geldiğinde de yine bu servisten yararlanarak görebiliyorsunuz. Tamamen ücretsiz bir servis. Kendi makale arşivinizi, literatür arşivi diyoruz biz bunlara, veya sadece veri arşivinizi veya derginizi çok rahatlıkla bu servise kaydettirebilirsiniz ve bu servisin sağladığı imkanlardan yararlanabilirsiniz. Ana bileşenleri dediğim gibi öncelikle buradaki sisteminiz, yani makale arşiviniz, yayın arşiviniz ya da veri arşiviniz ya da araştırma bilgi sisteminiz OpenAIRE standartlarına uygun altyapıya sahip mi? Orada birlikte çalışabildik standartlarına sahip mi? Öncelikle ona bakılıyor. Bu validation'dan geçtikten sonra. Daha sonra kaydettiriyorsunuz. Kayıt süreci var. Ve bunları yaparken de OpenAIRE'in hazırladığı yönergeler var. Bunlara bakarak bilgi sahibi olabilirsiniz. Ve daha sonra da işte enrichment dediğimiz servisi var. Verilerinizi başka verilerle karşılaştırarak sizde eksik olanlar varsa bunlar sizde eksik diye söylüyor. Böylelikle de daha kaliteli bir üst veriye sahip olmanız mümkün. Ve kullanımla ilgili de size detaylı istatistikler sunuyor. Ve buradaki aslında bütün temel amaç, yani OpenAIRE'in bütün servislerindeki en temel amaç, aynı zamanda bu servislerin ve altyapının Avrupa Açık Bilim Bulutu'yla da uyumlu hale getirilip orada bir OpenAIRE'in bir ağ geçidi olarak kullanılması. Farklı fact sheet'lerimiz var. Bunların da adreslerini koyduk. Buradan çok rahatlıkla hangi konuda bilgiye ihtiyacınız varsa bakabilirsiniz. Şimdi birazcık da Türkiye'deki duruma gelmek istiyorum. Sağ olsun Ebru sabah işimi birazcık kolaylaştırdı benim. TÜBİTAK'taki yaptığımız faaliyetlerden bahsetti. Evet, Türkiye'deki bütün akademik arşivleri, açık arşivleri harmanlayan bir harmanımız var. Türkiye Akademik Arşivi adında. Ve bütün şu anda 145 tane üniversiteye veya kuruma ait açık arşiv Harman tarafından harmanlanıyor. Şu anda 2 milyona yakın kayıt sistemde mevcut. Dediğim gibi aynı zamanda Harman'daki bütün harmanlanan arşivleri görebilirsiniz. Herhangi bir yayınınızı, herhangi bir verinizi bu arşivlerden herhangi birine koymak istediğinizde bu servise girip buradan da hangi üniversitenin arşivi varmış, adresi neymiş çok rahatlıkla bakıp kendinize uygun bir arşiv bulabilirsiniz. Biraz önce rakamları veriyordum. OpenDoor'da şu anda kayıtlı 127 tane arşivimiz var. Bu rakamların 2019-2020 arasında birazcık böyle katlanarak arttığını görüyorsunuz. Burada hem TÜBİTAK tarafında hem de YÖK tarafında bu konuda yaptığımız çalışmaların çok büyük etkisi var ve özellikle YÖK tarafından da başlatılan yeni program kapsamında her üniversitenin artık bir arşivi olmak zorunda. Açık erişim yayınları için teşvikler geldi. İşte YÖKSİS'te artık açık erişim yayınlar soruluyor ve bunun yanında akademik yükseltmelerde açık erişim yayınlar da soruluyor. Araştırma üniversitesi olmanın kriterlerinden bir tanesi işte açık erişim arşivi olması ve açık erişim yayın sayısı da burada değerlendiriliyor. O yüzden de bu bütün yapılan çalışmaların neticesinde ciddi anlamda açık arşiv sayısı, akademik arşiv sayıları ciddi anlamda arttı. OpenAIR tarafından da yaklaşık olarak şu anda 118 tane arşiv harmanlanıyor. Bunların ROAR'da 112 tanesi kayıtlı durumda deyip geçiyorum. Diğer bir çok önemli gelişme, sabah Ebru da bahsetti. Türkiye'de bugüne kadar hiçbir üniversite veya TÜBİTAK veri yönetimiyle ilgili veya araştırma verileriyle ilgili herhangi bir şey sormuyordu. Sadece işte araştırma verileriniz var mı ya da nasıl saklayacaksınız ilgili sadece tek bir soru vardı. Onlara da çok fazla kimse çok dikkat etmiyordu. Ve TÜBİTAK'ta bir açık bilim politikası oluşturduk zaten biz geçtiğimiz yıllarda ve bu kapsamda da araştırma verileriyle ilgili de aslında politikanın içinde bazı şeyler geçiyordu ve en büyük hayallerimizden bir tanesi bu TÜBİTAK Ulakbim'deki bizim açık bilim komitesinin de tabii en büyük hayallerinden bir tanesi işte TÜBİTAK'taki bir takım programlara veri yönetim planı hazırlanmasını zorunlu hale getirmekti ve bu alanda farkındalığını çünkü çok ciddi anlamda artıracağını düşünüyorduk. O yüzden de bu gerçekleşti ve RDM'de yapılan çalışmalar neticesinde artık 1001 programı için veri yönetim planı hazırlamayla ilgili bir başlangıç yapıldı ve artık TÜBİTAK 1001 programı da araştırma verileriyle ilgili bir veri yönetim planı istiyor ve bir veri yönetim planı sunulmasını istiyor. İnşallah önümüzdeki günlerde işte bu veri yönetim planını da Argos'un içine dahil edeceğiz ve makinece okunabilir bir veri yönetim planı olacak. Diğer Avrupa'daki birçok fon sağlayıcının veri yönetim planı gibi. Bunlarla ilgili detaylar, bu planın nasıl doldurulacağı ile ilgili detaylar da yarınki oturumlarımızda daha detaylı olarak hep beraber konuşacağız. Buradaki diğer önemli konulardan bir tanesi TÜBİTAK Ulakbim tarafından oluşturulan açık veri ulakbim.gov.tr adresi ve buradaki portal. Bu portal özellikle bu veri yönetim planını doldurmanızda, veri yönetim planını hazırlamanızda, verinizi açık hale getirmenizde çok ciddi anlamda katkı sunabilecek bir portal. Mutlaka bakmanızı öneriyorum. Aperta'dan sabah da bahsetti Ebru. Evet, Aperta gerçekten ülkemiz için son derece önemli bir girişim. Ve bu altyapı oluşurken de çok titiz bir çalışmanın neticesinde bütün altyapıda kullanılacak yazılımın seçimine kadar çalışıldı ve dediğim gibi Zenado gibi CERN'de çalışan bir yazılım kullanıldı burada ve son derece güvenli bir arşiv olarak önümüzdeki günlerde sizlere hizmet vermeye başlayacak. Şu anda herhalde Mayıs başı, Mayıs ortası gibi de bütün Türkiye'nin kullanımına açılacak. Artık akademik çıktılarımızı ve akademik verilerimizi saklayacak güvenli bir arşivimiz ülke olarak bizim de olacak. Ve buradaki en önemli şeylerden bir tanesi de yine aynı Zenado örneğinde olduğu gibi buraya koyduğumuz her türlü çıktı için de yine bir DOI numarası kullanmamız mümkün olacak. Araştırma verilerinin yönetimi dediğim gibi çok önemli bir konu haline geldi. Yani burada bu araştırma verilerinin yönetiminden ne kastettiğimizde şöyle çok kısaca hemen bir üzerinden geçmek istiyorum. Verinin yönetimi, verinin nasıl elde edileceği, nasıl toplanacağı ve nasıl kullanacağı, verinin sürdürülebilirliğini ne şekilde sağlanacağı, depolanacağı ve arşivleneceğini ve verinin özellikle de yeniden kullanımını yani reuse dediğimiz kısmının nasıl olacağını ve dağıtımının, paylaşımın nasıl yapılacağının planlanması. Yani belki de bunların birçoğu, çoğumuzun araştırmacı olarak bugüne kadar çok da önemsemediğimiz işte konulardı. Çoğu hepimizin bilgisayarlarında kalan ve belli bir zaman sonra da kaybolan bir metaydı veri. Ama artık Avrupa Açık Bilim Bulutu da dünyada bundan sonraki gelecekte veri merkezli bir bilime geçildiğini ve gelecekteki büyük keşiflerin artık laboratuvarlarda değil, bilgisayarların başında olacağını söylüyor. O yüzden de ürettiğimiz veriler, yaptığımız araştırmalar kapsamında ürettiğimiz veriler hepimiz için son derece önemli ve doğru bir şekilde bu verilerimizi yönetmemiz gerekiyor. Ve artık bu konuda da farklı ünvanlar ülkelerin gündeminde, kurumların gündeminde, data manager, data steward gibi ünvanlar. Bunlarla ilgili de yine yarın bir parça daha konuşacağız. Yani neden veri yönetimi? Çünkü gerçekten veri kaybı yaşamamak istiyoruz. Veri çok çok önemli. Sonradan kullanılabiliyor ve bir makaleden daha önemli. Ve çok hoşuma giden bir tabirdir benim. Aslında verisi olmayan bir makale sadece reklamdan ibaret. Çünkü onu en önemli parçası veri ve bilimsel çalışmaların, bilimin hızlı ilerlemesi için de mutlaka veriye ihtiyacımız var. Ve bu Covid süreci aslında verinin ne kadar önemli olduğunu bize bir kere daha gösterdi. Diğer verinin önemli olmasının nedenlerinden bir tanesi de buna bilimde tekrar edilebilirlik krizi ya da reproducibility crisis deniyor. Açıklık kültürü önemli ve araştırmada şeffaflık çok önemli ve tekrarlanabilir olması önemli. Ve verilerin paylaşılmasıyla beraber aslında diğer araştırmacılar sizin yaptığınız çalışmalarda kullandığınız verileri kullanarak aynı çalışmayı test etme şansına sahip. Aynı şekilde yaparak aynı çalışmayı, aynı sonuçlar bulunuyor mu, bulunmuyor mu bunu test etme olanağına sahip oluyor. Ve böylelikle de aslında bilimsel çalışmalarda etik standartlar çok çok yükseliyor. Çünkü birçok makale var ama ben burada bir tane örnek aldım. Hollanda'daki yapılan bir çalışmanın neticesinde özellikle sosyal psikoloji alanındaki yapılan çalışmalara bakılmış ve oradaki yapılan çalışmada göstermiş ki aslında makalelerde sundukları bilgilerdeki kullandık dedikleri verilerin birçoğunun çakma olduğu ve gerçek olmadığı fark etmiş çalışmayı yapanlar. Ama bu açıklık kültürüyle beraber verilerin de paylaşılması o araştırmanın tekrar edilebilirliğine olanak sağladığı için bu tür problemler de ortadan kalkarak daha doğru ve etik kurallara uygun araştırmalar ortaya çıkmış oluyor. Avrupa Birliği dediğim gibi verinin yeniden kullanılabilirliğini çok önemsiyor. O yüzden de bizim OpenAIR portalımızda bir bölümümüz var. Data reuse ile ilgili case study'lerin, örnek olayların toplandığı. Oraya da adresini koydum. Oraya da bakarak bu konuda verinin yeniden kullanımıyla ilgili, örnek olaylarla ilgili bilgi sahibi olabilirsiniz. Yine geçtiğimiz yıl Avrupa'da yayınlanan ve çok çok önemli insanlar tarafından yayınlanan ki bunlardan bir tanesi de bugün bizimle beraber olan sevgili Eli, yazarlarından bir tanesi. Veri yönetiminde araştırmalarla etkileşim örnek olaylar, örnek çalışmalar kitabı. Bizim YÖK'te de bir grubumuz var. Benim hem Açık Bilim Komitesi'ne görevliyim hem de YÖK'teki araştırma veri yönetimi ve açık veri çalışma grubunun koordinatörlüğünü yapıyorum ve biz o grup kapsamında da bu kitabı Türkçe'ye çevirdik ve açık erişim olarak bütün araştırmacıların kullanımına sunduk. Burada da farklı örnek olaylar anlatılıyor. Hatta bir tane örnek olayda bu kitabı çevirdiğimiz dönemde ben İzmir Yüksek Teknoloji Enstitüsü'nden bir tane hocamızla çalışarak bir tane örnek olayda İT için oluşturup bu kitaba ekledik. Mutlaka bu kitaba da bakarak bu konuda çok daha fazla bilgi alabilirsiniz. Ben bugünkü sunumu yine benim klasik bitişimle tamamlamak istiyorum. Artık açıklık kültürünün bir parçası olmalıyız ve mümkün olduğu kadar paylaşmalıyız yaptığımız çalışmaları. Çünkü hayat çok kısa ve mutlaka paylaşmaya değer. Ben teşekkür ediyorum. Bütün organizasyonda emeği geçenlere, TÜBİTAK yetkililerine ve yarın da sizlerle beraber diğer oturumlarda beraber olacağız ve örnek veri yönetim planlarını beraber hazırlayacağız. Thank you so much. I finished my presentation, Adamantis.
Thank you, Gültekin. And I think that you have concluded a little earlier than planned, which means that we can either have some questions in case any of you would like to send some questions now live, or we can make our lunch break and meet again at 2 o'clock with the next session about scholarly communication. So unless there are no questions, I think that, are there any questions? No, okay. So in that case, we can now make a stop for our lunch break and meet again at 2 o'clock, okay?
Okay.
So,
Bye-bye.
thanks. So I think that soon it is time that we start, yeah, for the second plenary session of today. And with lunch breaks, it is always a risk that people who join the meeting, the event after the lunch break are relatively fewer than the ones that were before. So this is something that happens also with virtual meetings and events like the one we have now. And the second plenary session today is about scholarly communication, and we have two presentations. The first one is from Alessia Bardi, and it is about the graph and the research community dashboards. And the second one is by a team of 3 people, Argyrokou Koyanaki, Ioanna Gripari, and Harry Dimitropoulos, all 3 of them from the Athena Research Center. And it's about exploring how to use it, monitor, and Open Science Observatory. And we shall start with Alessia. And a few words about Alessia. Alessia is a researcher at the Institute of Information Science and Technologies in the Italian National Council for Research, CNR, in Pisa. She has a leading role as a researcher in EC-funded Horizon 2020 projects, amongst which are OpenAir 2020, OpenUp, and OpenAir Connect. Especially for OpenAir, she has the role of product manager for the research community dashboard, and her research interests include service-oriented architectures, metadata, interoperability, and infrastructure for e-science and scholarly communication. Alessia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adamantios, for your presentation, and thank you all for being here after the lunch break. So I hope that I will share my screen. Okay. Okay, you should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So do you see it in full screen mode? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is the outline for this session. So I will briefly go through OpenAir. So OpenAir in a nutshell. Then I will present the OpenAir research graph and its importance and the opportunities it offers for scholarly communication and open science. And then I will present you one of the services of OpenAir for research communities, which is the research community dashboard. And I will demo one of the gateways for research communities that we have, which is the COVID-19 gateway. So OpenAir in a nutshell. So Ellie this morning already presented you OpenAir and the fact that we are a technological infrastructure, but also a human infrastructure. So I'm not going into the details of everything we do because that was already discussed. But I think the important point to mention here is about the services and how we build and we operate services in support of open science in order to make it easy to reach the objective of open science, which we can summarize as to enable the transparency, the reproducibility of research, and the omnicomprehensive evaluation of research. So we have a lot of services, as you can see in the slide, and you will learn about lots of them in this workshop today and tomorrow. Let's say that all these services are connected to each other because open science is connected with different actions that researchers, that funders, that research communities have to do in order to support it. And of course, if we want to reach the reproducibility and full transparency of science and research, we have to be able to track it. We have to be able to track all outcomes of science, and we need to be able to put them in context. So we need to collect and share all information about all types of research outcomes. So not only publications, which is the usual thing, let's say, but also the datasets and the software and other types of research products that can be methods, protocols, and gray literature, and so on. And this is the prerequisite that we need to be able to monitor open science. So to monitor the impact, to monitor how the uptake of open science is performing in a specific research communities or research infrastructure, for example. And finally, we have also services for the discovery of open science, because once we have research outcomes connected with each other, with semantics relationships, then we can find new ways to discover the research. So we can just go beyond to the typical keyword search to find something, but we can exploit the additional information that we have put together. Of course, this has some challenges, I would say. And the first one is that the information about the research outcomes is scattered across different data sources, different services, geographically distant. And so we need to find a way to tackle this heterogeneity in terms of the metadata and the models that are used to represent these objects. So we need standards, we need crosswalks. And one important part of OpenAIRE is the setup, the definition of guidelines for metadata exchange between repositories. And these guidelines have been produced with the collaboration of repositories themselves. And the collaboration with the repositories and with the network of researchers is very important also to ensure the quality and accuracy of information. Because if we want to build monitoring tools, if we want to have statistics on specific aspects, then we need to trust the information we have. So keeping the researchers and the operators in the loop is fundamental. And what we are doing in order to ensure this is to basically engage researchers and operators with our services. So via provide for the repository managers and to allow users to give their feedback in different ways. And of course, we would like to have a complete view of what's out there. So OpenAIRE is collaborating with several initiatives around the idea of open science graph. So we are participating to an RDA interest group. We are collaborating with Freya and other initiatives in scholarly communication and open science. Okay, so the OpenAIRE research graph. The OpenAIRE research graph is a collection of metadata records that describe different types of entities of the research life cycle. So you have in the middle the research products, which can be publications, datasets, software, or other types of research products. And these also contain the ORCID ID. So these are persistent identifiers for authors or contributors. It is also related to organizations, to projects intended as project grants. So projects that have been funded by funders via stream of funding. So for example, this could be the OpenAIRE Advanced project, which is funded under the research infrastructure stream of the H2020 of the European Commission, which is the funder. And the OpenAir Research Graph also includes provenance information. So for example, which is the source from which we collected the metadata about the product, and which is the source from which the full text, the PDF of a publication, for example, can be downloaded. And you can have more details about the graph on this website, graph.openair.eu. So the basic principle is that we want to have this collection of metadata records in the form of a graph, so that all the things are interlinked with each other with semantic relationships. And we want this to be open. So we offer the OpenAir graph in CC BY, and some parts can be also used with the CC0 license. And inside the graph, you can find access right information. So if something is open, if it's restricted, if it's under embargo, you will find links to the funding information and links to research communities and research infrastructure. And it's very important to highlight some of the properties of this graph. So for example, the fact that it is deduplicated. And what does it mean? It means that we collect different metadata records about the same object from different places. But in order to provide statistics, we identify these duplicates and we put them together, so we count it once, even if we have different, let's say, different version of the same object. And it's decentralized. Decentralized means that every day OpenAir can actually delete the graph and it can reconstruct it, because in fact it is just a materialization of what the scholarly communication sources are doing. So you have institutional repositories, thematic repositories, data archives. They are in charge of preserving the information about scholarly communication. So OpenAir is just putting this all together, trying to offer added value on top of it. And the sources we have are very different, and we have a lot of journals. We have more than 2,000 sources, and most of them are aggregators. So national aggregators like the one from the Netherlands, or continental aggregators like La Referencia for South America. We have Crossref, we have PLOS, but we also have other sources that are used by researchers, so like GitHub for the software. And for the projects, instead, we have agreements with national and international funders that provide us the information about their project. So one is Cordis, but we also have TÜBİTAK from Turkey, for example. And the adoption, the usage of registries, so authoritative information about the entities of the research life cycle is very important. So we also use ORCID for the authors, as well as Microsoft Academic Graph. For organizations, we have the PI, the persistent identifiers that are coming from GRID, from ROR, from the Cordis database. We have the DOI and PubMed IDs for the products, thanks to DataCite, Crossref, EBI, and PubMed itself. As I was saying, funders and projects, we have strong collaboration with many funders in Europe. But we have also registries for the data sources. So retrieve data for data repositories, Open Door for the open access repositories, and the DOAJ, so the Directory of Open Access Journals for the journals. And currently, we are working also on the integration of information and persistent identifiers for services in the context of the European Open Science Cloud. So we are collaborating with EOSC clusters and research infrastructures in order to include also the services. And this will enable to better track the impact of a research infrastructure in the scholarly communication. So what OpenAIRE has about Turkey? So we have 900,000 research outcomes, which have been identified as being authored by authors in Turkey. We have 500 content providers, mostly journal, but also 100, more or less 100 repositories, and the projects from TÜBİTAK. And of course, we also have 900 organizations. So if you want, you can go on the Explore portal and check if your organization is available and linked to the research products it should be linked to. And how do we do this? So I'm not going through the details of this slide because it can take a lot of time, but just to give you an idea, the flow to materialize the graph as mainly 4 steps. So the first one is the aggregation. So we take the metadata and we construct what we call the raw OpenAIRE research graph. And it's raw because we have to apply several enrichment. And the first enrichment is the deduplication. So we identify metadata records about the same objects and we put them together. So for example, we merge together the representation, let's say, of the preprint, of the postprint of the same publication. So that in the end, in the portal, you will find one entry with the link to the preprint, the postprint, and the published version, for example. After the duplication, we enrich the records with information that can be deduced from the available information, or that can be inferred by our full text mining algorithms. So they go into the full text of publications, and based on the content, we can enrich the metadata records. So in the end, we started from more than 360 million metadata records, and after the duplication, we go down to 200 and something millions metadata records. And you can see some numbers here. And so at the end of the chain, what we do is that we make this graph available for others. So we index it on a full text index so that it can be used by our portals, but also by our APIs that are used by third-party services. And one usage is, of course, to make it available for the community gateways. And this is the link to the COVID-19. This on the top here is the link to the COVID-19 gateway that I will demo at the end of my presentation. And in addition to the index, we also calculate statistics in order to serve the monitor and the Open Science Observatory. And my colleagues Joanna and Harry will present these services in the next presentation. It is worth it to note that our APIs are integrated with the EC participant portal, specifically with the Sigma portal, which is the system for grant management, so that you get basically suggestions on what to add in the continuous reporting of the European Commission for H2020 projects. And the same will be for the next funding program of the Commission. So how we support others to build services on top of the OpenAIRE research graph? First of all, we publish the graph as JSON dumps, and we publish different versions of the graph in order to serve different needs of the users. And on this slide, you will find the link to the Zenodo communities where all these dumps are grouped so that it is easier to find them. And soon we will also have the PID graph that we do in collaboration with Freya. And okay, I forgot to mention here that we have also a linked open data dump of the OpenAIRE research graph. And then we have our APIs that you can find on develop.openaire.eu. You will find all the instructions. And these API are used, for example, by the Sigma portal, as I was saying, but also by Scopus and by Scival in order to get the links between publications and datasets. This is used by Mendeley and by several research infrastructures we are collaborating with. So the takeaway is that the OpenAIRE research graph is an open metadata collection of scientific products interlinked with each other. And they have information about the access right, if they're open, if they're not, which is their embargo, if there is an embargo. And they are linked to funding information, research communities, organizations, and they come with provenance information. So whatever you see in the graph, you can tell if it's an information that was collected from a source or if it was inferred by one of our algorithms, and everything is there. So it's the provenance of information is completely transparent. And this is the ground on top of which different services of OpenAIRE are built, and that can be used also by third parties. And one example of a service, an OpenAIRE service that use the graph is the research community dashboard. So what you find under connect.openaire.eu. And this is a service that allows to set up and operate an open research gateway for a research community. So in practice, what does it mean? It means that we can deliver portals, let's say. You can take gateways as a synonym for portals, web portals. So a gateway that offers a single entry point for a community to the graph. So it's one single entry point where you can find all research products in the graph that are relevant for your community. Currently, we're serving 11 communities and 9 research infrastructures. If you go on Connect, you may not find them all because some are still, let's say, a work in progress, and in other cases, the research infrastructures wanted to keep it private only for internal monitoring purposes. But the thing is that it's not only a portal. So the Discovery Gateway is only one part of the story. So the Discovery Gateway allows the scientist to explore and find all research products of their community. And these portals are customizable to community needs. In fact, for Elixir Greece, for example, we are experimenting in beta the integration of impact metrics. So a researcher from Elixir Greece produced this very cool tool, which is BipFinder, which produces impact metrics for publications. And we integrated this tool. And what we are doing is to understand how we can integrate these metrics in order to provide additional ordering capabilities of the publications. Another customization we are working with is in collaboration with EnerMaps, which is a project of the European Commission about energy research. And basically in EnerMaps, they are building this visualization tool for energy research data. So for a selection of data sets about energy research, we will have this strong link between the gateway and the data management, the data visualization tool, so that you will see in the gateway the maps and the data directly, and then you will have an easy way to go from one tool to another. So basically, it's putting together the functionality of discovery and the functionality of analysis. Another important customization level for the community gateways are the possibility to fine-tune the criteria by which the products in the OpenAir research graph are identified as relevant for the community. And there are different criteria that we can apply to identify the relevant products. We have, let's say, on one hand, a group of gateway curators, which are expert in the field, in the discipline of the research community. And they can provide, for example, a list of keywords that we will use to identify the products whenever they are mentioned in the metadata, the list of projects that are relevant, the list of data sources, so the OpenAir compliant content providers that are thematic for the community. Of course, we have the Zenodo communities that are relevant for the field, and the organizations, if they work in the field of the community. Then there are researchers that are using the gateway, and they can link products using the link functionalities of the gateway. So they can find the products in OpenAir, in ORCID, in Crossref, in DataCite, and add them in the gateway if they are not yet available there. Finally, we have the OpenAir algorithms. So we have two types of algorithms. One, we call it propagation, and it works only on the information available in the metadata. So for example, if a publication has been identified as relevant for the community and is linked to a data set, then also the data set is added to the community. So you can see it like the community context is being propagated from the publication to the data set. And then we have the full text mining algorithm that identifies the links to projects, the affiliations, the subjects. So we have an algorithm for document classification. And by, let's say, combining the result of the full text mining and the configuration that the gateway creators provided, we are able to enrich the gateway with more and more and more products in order to be as much comprehensive as possible. Collaborative curation. So researchers can add and remove products or links to the graph to improve its quality and send feedbacks. So I just told this in the previous slide with the link functionality and the possibility also to contact the OpenAir team and inform about mistakes that could be in the graph. One important part of the OpenAir Connect is about the tools for research infrastructures in order to support their shift towards open science. And so we would like to be as a bridge to help them in doing this. So we are supporting the services of research infrastructures with APIs that they can use to deposit their products automatically in Zenodo. And those products would be automatically available also in the community gateway. And we are experimenting this with the EPOS, which is the European Plate Observing System. It's a research infrastructure, and they basically integrated the Zenodo API in their workflow in order to publish on Zenodo the experiment and the output with all the configuration that were used on their analysis tool. Another support that we give to research infrastructure is to provide up-to-date information to their thematic repositories. And this is in strong connection with the content provider dashboard on Provide. And we are doing this with two services of Daria, which is a research infrastructure for digital humanities. So basically, we supported two of their most famous repositories, I would say, which are TextGrid and Nakala. So we support them in becoming OpenAir compliant. So they entered into the graph. And by putting together their records with the other stuff that we have in the graph, we are able to identify enrichments. So for example, the links between publications and datasets that were not available before in their repository. And via the OpenAir broker, which is one of the services integrated in the Provide dashboard, we are able to give this information back so they can enrich their records. Finally, statistics and monitoring, because also research communities and research infrastructures need to report back to their funders, and they want also to monitor the uptake of open science principles in their communities. And they also want a way to understand which are the strategies that they can use within their communities to improve the open science uptake by giving reward to their scientists. So if you go on connect.openair.eu, you will find the list of all the public gateway that we currently have, and we span from very different disciplines. We go from transport research to agricultural science to fisheries and marine, digital humanities and cultural heritage, and neuroinformatics. And you see here also the one for COVID-19 that it will be subject of my demo. So COVID-19, the COVID-19 gateway is just one of the activities that OpenAir performed to support researchers in the fight against the epidemics. And if you go on the OpenAir website, you will jump across this page, which describes which were the activities that we performed. So basically, we set up a Zenodo community to support the fast publishing of new research of all types of research products in a fast and easy way. We set up the COVID-19 gateway to support the discovery of research about the coronavirus disease. And finally, we collaborated to the working group about the COVID-19 in the Research Data Alliance, because we believe that publishing fast should not mean publishing bad. So the output of this working group was a set of guidelines for the fast and fair publishing of data about COVID-19. So here in this slide, you can see a snapshot of the Zenodo community about COVID-19. And this morning you hear a presentation from Irina, and she is one of the curators of this community. And the gateway. Okay, so before I start with the demo, I have to explain a little bit the slide, because this explains how the gateway was born. So we start from the OpenAir research graph, and we had to identify the research products that are relevant, that are related to COVID-19. And to do this, we had to prepare a configuration of the gateway. So we applied this configuration of the gateway to the graph. We found the products, we make them available via the gateway, and we also published dedicated dumps that can be reused by others. And the numbers that you see actually tells us that it's pretty appreciated by the researchers. But our problem here was basically in the step of the gateway configuration, because I am not an expert in medicine or biology, and none of my colleagues here in OpenAir were. So what we did is that we opened a call for experts among researchers, librarians, research managers, project managers, and we asked their support. And we had a very good response. So there are several people who join us in this journey, and with their help, we created this public list of data sources about COVID-19, which is still up to date thanks to the community feedback. So we are asking for new entries or updates via form online. And these experts that collaborated with us provide us an extensive set of keywords to use. They supported us in shaping the full text mining, so the automatic algorithms that goes into the full text of publications. So thanks to them, we were able to analyze the graph, identify the relevant products, and for those who could not be picked automatically, we also add this product manually to the gateway with the linking functionality. And this is how the COVID-19 gateway was born. In this slide, you will find very useful links about this. So everything about the activities of OpenAir for the COVID-19, the link to the Zenodo community, and also the link to the OpenAir research graph. So now I think I can proceed with the demo. And if you want, you can also follow my demo by going to covid-19.openair.eu. Okay, so do you also see my browser now?
No.
No, we only see your PowerPoint screen.
Because I think I shared only the window. Okay, so let's try again. Share screen. Google Chrome. Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah, it's good.
Perfect. Okay, so let's start from connect.openair.eu. This is the homepage of the Connect services and for the research community dashboard. And here you can find information about, of course, the community gateways already in action, but also about the process. So if you click on Learn How, you have more information about the process and what is required in order to have a gateway for your community. But of course, first, you should see if one gateway for your community already exists. So you can click on Community and search for the one that may fit your case. And maybe you can, join forces with other people working in the same field. So the coronavirus disease, COVID-19.openair.eu. Okay, I'm not sure if I shared only the tab, so let's use this one. Okay, so in the home page, you have the overview of the gateway. So the first tab that is open is the summary tab. And here you can see more information like a description. And you can also see the list of curators. So curators are the people who provided the configuration. So you can see here we have 10 curators and you can see their name. And if you click on it, you can see who they are, their affiliations, and a description, a short biography that they decided to add. But also you can see the details of the configuration itself. So for example, here we see that we have selected more than 100 projects which are related to COVID, more than 15 content providers, and 7 Zenodo communities. Then the other tabs are, let's say, one tab per result type. So for example, if you enter in one tab, you see the research software, and you can click on view all to view all, of course. So you enter in a page where you have the research results in the middle and then some browse capabilities on the left. But on the home page at the top, you also have the search functionality. And here you can use it to search research outcomes, but also among the projects and the content providers that were selected by the gateway curators. You also have an option of advanced search, but for this demo, I would simply click on search to show you the main search page. So as you can see, by default, we are seeing the open access research outcomes. So you can remove the filter by clicking on the X. And you can use the filters on the left, the browse box, I call them, on the left, to fine-tune your search. For example, you may be interested in knowing how many of them are from Turkey. So you can search for your country here, click, and then you only see the research outcomes, which for some reason have been associated to Turkey. And this can be because an author is affiliated with a Turkish organization, or because the product was funded by a Turkish project, or it was collected from a Turkish repositories. So these are the three reasons. However, you just use this gateway to search, but in fact, I just said before that there are more ways to contribute to the community. But to do this, you have to be logged in and you have to be subscribed to the gateway. So to do this, you can just go on the top, sign in. And I will log in with my OpenAir account. Okay, and now you see AB. These are my initial. It means that I'm logged in. And you also see this, this green on the right, which tells me that I am subscribed. So if you don't see this green, you have to click on it so that you can subscribe to the gateway. Because once you are subscribed, you can actually actively contribute to the gateway. For example, you can link new products by going into the link main menu, start linking, and here you will have access to a process that allows you to search for research outcomes in Crossref, in DataCite, in ORCID, in OpenAir itself, in order to link it to the gateway. I'm not going to demo this functionality now because I think this is one of the things that Argiro will demo in the next presentation. And another way to contribute is to deposit your research in one of the OpenAir compatible repositories or in a Zenodo community. But sometimes researchers find it hard to find the right place to publish. So we have devised this deposit option here, which basically provides you a way to search for OpenAir compliant repositories and journals, but also to find the Zenodo communities that are related to the COVID-19 community. So the first one that you see is the one that is curated by OpenAir. But then you can see that in Zenodo there are more communities about COVID-19, and these are listed here. So based on your specific research, based on your specific research group, you may want to use one of these other interesting community. If this is the case, you can just click on New Upload, and you get redirected to the form of Zenodo that you can use to upload, to deposit your research product. And once you do this, your product will be automatically added to the OpenAir research graph and to the community gateway of COVID-19. If you want to have more details about something, the About menu is where you should go, because it has a lot of information. For example, in supporting organizations, you will find the link where you have a description of all the activities OpenAir did for COVID-19. So those that I briefly summarized before. If you want instead more details on the content that you see in the gateway, you should go into sources and methodology, because here you can find the methodology that we use, but also the list of relevant and thematic sources that we have integrated. So for example, the COVID-19 database curated by the World Health Organization. We have BIP Finder for COVID-19, which integrates lit COVID and the COVID-19 dataset by semantic scholars, which are very big collection of literature about COVID-19, and the other sources that were suggested by the experts. And finally, if you want to contribute, you will find the link to the forum where you can suggest new sources, for example. In addition, we also wanted to offer, let's say, a place to easily find projects and funding opportunities. So we prepared this page with links to trusted pages and sources where you can basically know which are the funding opportunities of the European Commission or other research funders and hackathons and so on. Okay, so I think this concludes my presentation and my live demo. So it would be very, very nice if you can go there and try to use it, and you sign in and subscribe. So I would like to see these numbers growing after this presentation. And if you have any suggestions, if you think that something is important is missing from the content or also from the user-friendly point of view, do not hesitate to contact me even after this workshop. Thank you very much.
Alessia, thank you for your presentation. And while you were making this presentation, I was thinking something that I was also thinking the days before this event, and I think that we will discuss it also after the event. So in this respect, the list of attendance is useful. And this is that for all the people that we design, we plan research activities, we really don't estimate appropriately or underestimate or ignore all the efforts, the resources that should be related with documentation, data management, research data management, which means that at the end it might be that these very important tasks are neglected in the planning phase, which means that the best will be that this awareness will somehow trigger us the idea in the proposals that we will now be designing for the first calls of Horizon Europe to also take care to include resources for all these steps that we have been totally ignoring or leaving out of our mind and out of our sight. Thanks again. And now we have the last presentation for today. It will be Argyro, Ioana, and Harry, and some few information about the team. Argyro is member of the technical team of OpenAir, and her specialization is in user experience, user interface design, and she's with the Athena Research Center. And Argyro has worked in the past for shaping the OpenAir dashboard, and she has been facilitating scientific workflows and scientific publishing. And she has also contributed to a role model implementation of open science publishing for research infrastructures via OpenAir. In the case of the EPOS use case, EPOS is a European plate observing system, a pan-European infrastructure. And with her is also Ioana. Ioana Gripari is an economist, data scientist, and product manager at the Athena Research Center. She leads the development of the OpenAir indicators that track research activities and their impact on the society. And the focus of her work is on using big data approaches to evaluate the impact of research and technology. And having several years of experience analyzing complex data and working in inter and cross-disciplinary teams with both academic and non-academic collaborators. And with them is also Harry. Harry Dimitropoulos is with the OpenAir team since 2011, so it's now for almost 10 years. And Harry has participated in numerous EU-funded projects as a senior researcher, and amongst them are OpenAir Advanced, OpenAir 2020, OpenAir Plus, and OpenAir. And Harry has also a deep knowledge of several fields in technology related with neural nets, image processing, data fusion, and data curation and validation. So we are eager to watch your presentations. Harry, Ioana, and Argyro, please, you may start.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for presenting us. I will share my screen to start the presentation. Do you see my presentation?
Yes. Yes.
Great, great. So I will present you today the OpenAir Explore portal. The OpenAir Explore portal is the portal where you can access and explore the OpenAir research graph that Alessia presented to you earlier, and see the entities that is contained, the relations between them, and we are going to focus on some functionalities that you can do through Explore portal. At this point, I would like to ask to enable the first question to see how many of you are familiar. Have you visited before the OpenAir Explore? So if you could, Tute, if you could enable the first question.
Yes, in Slido, the first question, please, Tute and Kemal.
I can
close your
continue.
presentation before. Can you close your presentation so I can share the question? Thank you.
Oh. It would be nice to have an overview if you are familiar. If you are not, it's okay. It's absolutely okay. You will have to learn something new today. Okay, let me continue with the presentation. But if you would like answer the poll, okay, I will say again. Right, so the functionalities we will focus today is the search. It's the integration with the ORCID, where you can add a result from OpenAir Explore to your ORCID profile. The linking functionality, where you can add relations between OpenAir entities. And we will see the project page through Explore and what are the functionalities we can do there. So let's start with the search functionality. In the home page of Explore portal, you will see this search bar where you can start type keywords and start searching in OpenAir Graph. You can select if you want to search in all entities or a specific entity, and you can also switch to the advanced search, where you can create more complex queries. Under the term research outcomes, we group together publications, research data, software, and other research products. And through the single search, you can use keywords. You can use quotes in the keywords for exact term search. And you can use persistent identifiers like DOI, ORCID, PMC, handle, and so on to find specific results. In the list of the results, you see a brief overview of what the result is, and on the left there is a list of filters which you can apply in your search. The filters that you see depend on the entity that you have selected to search, and there you will see the top 100 values for each field. For example, here we see the fields for the funder field, where I can click the view all button and see the rest of the values. In the first values, we cannot see the TÜBİTAK funder, for example, but I can use keyword search to eliminate the results and find and filter with the value that I want. And I can also change the sorting from the result number to the name to easily find the value that I want. In the advanced search, you can use a list of fields. Again, the fields depend on the entity that you're searching for, and combining the fields create complex queries. For example, here I can put the project to be the opener advanced and the author to be A, and the funder to be EC, and the abstract of the results to contain keyword X. Again, you have the filters on the left, so you can choose of one of those predefined filters, one or more, and if the filters do not satisfy your needs, you can create complex query through the advanced form. Here are again the results that you can see, which is a quick view of what the result is about. But you can click on the title of the result and go to the detailed page where you can see more information. Depending again on the entity that you have selected, the tabs that you will see contain relations with other open-air entities, like references, publications that are related to this entity, organization, projects, and others. At the bottom of the page, you can see the date that this result was the last time that it was updated. And on the top right of the screen, you can see a list of the actions and the reports you can have for this result. In the case of the result is, for example, a publication, on the right, you can see the list of the sources that we have aggregated this publication from, and you can go there to download the PDF version. And in case we have multiple sources for the same publication, and we have deduplicated and merged it to one result, you can click the view all version link to see the different versions that we have. Now I will talk to you about the integration with the ORCID. So the next question now can open.
We may need that you stop sharing your screen, Argyro, so that Tuğçe can share her screen.
I stopped.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
So, Tuğçe, please proceed to the next question in Slido.
Just enable it so I can people can reply to it, but in between I can present this functionality, and we can see the results at the end of the section. So can I share back?
Yes, please.
Okay. Great. So in the result, you may have noticed that next to the author, there is the ORCID icon. This means that for a specific author, we have the information for ORCID. This information may come up directly from the ORCID public data file, and this means that the author have added this publication, this result in his ORCID profile. So we know for sure that it's the correct author and the correct ORCID. But we can also have harvest this information from other repositories. For example, if one of the authors deposited a publication in a repository like Zenodo, the person who deposited have added manually the ORCID of the authors. And the third case is that this information derived from OpenAIRE algorithms. With the algorithms found somehow that this is the author and this is his ORCID, so it was assigned to other publications that had the same author. The most interesting of this integration is that users can enhance their ORCID profile and add the results directly from OpenAIRE Explorer with just one click. This can be done starting either from ORCID portal or from Explore portal. Starting from ORCID, an author can go to the list of the works that has in ORCID, click the Add Works link, select from the list the OpenAIRE Explorer, and then he will be redirected to Explore to see and add the results. In the OpenAIRE Explorer, in the results, there is a button Add to ORCID, and the same button is also available through the detail page of the publication, for example, and the author just have to click this button and the result will be automatically added in his profile. So it saves a lot of time to manually type what is the publication, and it will also get directly the metadata. One more thing to say is that the first time the user will have to grant OpenAIRE to update the profile, to write the new result in the list of his works. From the Explore portal, you will be able to manage the ORCID links, view the list of them and manage them through this link from the user menu. And there is also this link where you can find all the results that maybe are related to you. So if you want to add them in your profile, you will see again the button to just click it and add them in your profile. The links that we have done through Explore portal, they are visible in your ORCID profile. This was the purpose from the beginning. Those that come from Explore, they will be, they refer that are from Explore in the source. And you can see them and manage them from your ORCID profile. So if we can now see the poll before we proceed to Can we see the results from the poll from this question? Mm-hmm. Good. I will proceed with the next functionality now, that is the linking one. Can I share again my screen? Great. All right. So the linking functionality that also Alessia mentioned in the research community dashboard for COVID is the way that users can enhance the graph with relations. They can, if they know publications are connected to a project and this information is missing, they can come to Explore or through the dashboard and create manually this link. To start these functionalities, there are two ways. One way is from the menu by clicking the link button, or through the landing pages, through the detail page of the results, and by clicking this button. When you start the linking from the menu, in the first step, you will have to search and select the research results that you want to link. You can write keyword here, click the button, the search button, and view the results. You can also apply some filters there. And as soon as you find what you need to link, you click the buttons here and you add them in your list on the right. You can find results from OpenAIRE, Crossref, DataCite, or your ORCID. But if you have a list of DOIs, you can create a CSV file, upload it here. As soon as you upload it, a list of results will be automatically fed and added in your list. So you are ready to go to the next step. The next step is to select the entities that you want to link the results you have already selected. And you can choose between projects, research results, or communities. Here I have selected project. I have searched for OpenAIRE. There are some results here. I have already added Nexus, OpenAIRE Nexus project in my list. I can add more if I want, and I can delete them from my list here. And I can easily switch between the entities. If I want, I can go and select the community. for example. In the last step, I can review what entities I have selected. Here I have selected 2 publications, one from OpenAIRE and one from DataCite. I can review the metadata and add, for example, for the DataCite, I can change the type, or I can change the access mode if it is open access, closed, and so on. And if I'm okay with the entities that I have selected, I selected those 2 publications to be linked with the project and a community. When I'm happy with them, I confirm and save the links. When I save the links, I can manage them through my links page, which is accessible through the user menu. And here I can review them, review the status of it, if this information is already available in the graph and displayed in the portal, or is pending. If I don't want to have a link, I can delete it. And this is the linking functionality and how to add relations between entities. Now I will continue with the project page. In a project detail page, we can see information about the project, like the funder, the call, that it was funded, the budget, the status, when it starts, when it ends, the partners of the project, and in the tabs, I can see the relations with the OpenAIRE entities. For example, how many publications are related to this project, how many datasets, software, other research products. If I click to a specific tab, I see the most recent publications that are related to this. And if I click the View All button, I can see the results in a search page where I can apply more filters. And one more thing is that I can see statistics and use its statistics for the research outcomes that are related to this project. On the top right of the project page, we can see again the list of the actions that we can apply. We can download the report in a CSV or HTML format. I can include the results of the project in a HTML page using this JavaScript code. And I can select the type of results if I want to include them all, or include publications, datasets, software, and so on. And from the landing page, I can again start the linking functionality. If I have a publication and it was not listed in this project, I can manually add it through this through the linking functionality. If I click the linking functionality from here, it says that I can link research results, and when I go here, I will the project will be pre-selected. So the only thing I have to do now is to find, select, and link the results. So this is the functionalities that I wanted to show you. You can go to explore.openair.eu and explore by your own the portal and see all the functionalities that it has. And if we can see again the results of the poll, let me stop. Okay. Okay, so very few have you visited, explore. If you have any questions, please let me know, or if you're interested in some other functionality. And of course, even after this workshop, you can contact me for any questions, suggestions.
Yes, I think that we would all welcome if people would come back with questions even after today's event or tomorrow's event. So it's always possible that you can contact not only our hero, but all presenters of today and tomorrow via email in the future.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the participation in the poll. And I think now we can continue with the monitor.
Yes, Joanna takes
Joanna, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argiro.
Yes, hi everyone, and thank you for being here. Let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to talk about monitoring open science in general. We have two tools in OpenAIRE, two services aimed at that, the Open Science Observatory and the Monitor. I'm going to describe their purpose in general and their differences. And then my colleague Harry Dimitropoulos will continue to do the live demo of the Monitor. Okay, so monitoring open science, why? So in case it is not obvious. So to better understand the open science landscape, to monitor both the policy uptake, but also the different research activities and their impact on the society along different dimensions, to see what works and doesn't work, reveal the hidden potential, compare different levels of interest in order to answer these questions, for example, across countries, across institutions, across research domains, and to promote good practices. In general, the different types of monitor can be used to answer questions, how am I, whatever country, funder, organization, how am I performing in terms of open science and research activities in general? Where should I invest in the future? And which policies have been more or less effective? So it is of key importance for the future of policy making, we believe. So the approach we use is data-driven, and it is comprised by a set of indicators that are well documented and transparent, so that they mean something, reliable, and I will explain how we make sure that's the case, relevant and actionable, and this is where our stakeholders and you come in, and timely, so they're updated at regular intervals of time, so they're not, they don't come up too late. And we also accompany them with a set of visualizations that can help turn numbers into insights and provide a story and understand in general what's going on. As I said before, we have these two tools, and they have these common elements. So they're built on the OpenAir research graph that Alessia described previously, and that you can browse through via the Explore portal that Argyro said. They're based on open science principles, and they're customizable from the community. This means that we have a predefined set of indicators that we keep augmenting using your feedback as well. There are different forms of visualizations, and they're easily exportable. That means that we make sure that in our services, you can download the visualizations and the data behind them, so they can be used for analysis, reporting, and so on. This is the image of the graph that Alessia showed before. If you see, we are at the bottom right. So after all the magic happens and everything is ready and reliable and robust, we move on to create indicators down here. In other words, starting from different research-related data sources, we collect, clean, deduplicate, infer, and extract information from all of these data sources to build the OpenAir research graph, on which we perform statistical analysis to produce different open science and other indicators. And then we augment this analysis with more, let's say, from different dimensions, such as network analytics, impact analysis, and so on. Of course, all these are work in progress, as in the same logic of the research graph, we make sure to validate things before they show up in any of our services. Okay, starting with the observatory, you can see the website, the URL at the top right. And this is the homepage. Now, the observatory is meant to be used from people that would like to examine the open science uptake across and within countries. This is as it is right now, and coming soon across research domains as well. I have, for example, here some screenshots from Turkey's observatory page. Notice here that the number of publications are less than the ones that Alessia presented. This is because here these are open access publications. Okay, so here you can go and browse yourself. We provide different types of openness metrics, and we will continue to focus on open science indicators and also examine the FAIR principles and how they evolve across different countries and collaborations amongst countries, institutions, and so on. Okay? The portal, you can break down, as you see here, by different fields of interest, break down the indicators. There are different research outcomes. So there are numbers for publications, data sets, software, and so on, for different content providers and for different institutions. In other words, this is built for research administrators and other interested parties that want to observe the uptake of open science across different European countries, how this is evolving over time, and how it varies across different fields of interest. The OpenAir Monitor, on the other hand, with the address here on the top right, is a different type of tool. It is a tailor-made on-demand tool for funders, institutions, and research administrators, where for each organization that we create a dashboard for, we customize it to their needs as much as possible. That means, and some of the customization, as Harry will show you, can also be done on the portal itself. So some indicators, parts of indicators are editable. Of course, the numbers are not editable, right? But the descriptions, the type of visualization, and so on. a user can create both an internal profile, like a private profile, and invite their own team members so they can monitor the stuff that they're interested in internally without exposing it to the public. And there's also an external public profile where an organization can project its image, let's say, to other organizations and so on. The idea of the way we built the monitor is in order to track research activities and their impact across different dimensions of interest. So we also have research outcomes, the open science uptake, collaboration, and academic, economic, and societal impact indicators. Again, this is much more custom made than the Open Science Observatory that is more meant for as a view of open science, more from a bird's eye. Okay, Harry will give you further details, but in order to create this tailor-made tool, we start from the graph. You give us some information of the, for example, projects participated in or something relevant. Then after we fetch everything from the graph and we extract information and we do our magic, you validate the information that we come up with, and then we set up your portal that you can then customize for your monitoring needs. A takeaway from this very short presentation is the following. So it is key for monitoring and policy making purposes to be able to use a data-driven approach that is reproducible over time and transparent, well documented, and so on, so that all the decisions made are evidence-based. OpenAIRE provides two services towards that purpose. The Open Science Observatory, where one can track the open science uptake and its evolution across and within countries, and later on different research domains. And the OpenAIRE monitor that can be used for tailor-made and customizable monitoring of research activities and their impact for both internal and external stakeholders. I thank you, and I'm going to pass the floor to Harry for the OpenAIRE monitor demo.
Thank you, Joanna, and hello to everyone. So I'll show you a quick tour of the OpenAIRE monitor. Let me share my screen. So hopefully you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. All right. So this is the openair.eu site. Just wanted to start from here so that you can see on that on the top here, we have the different OpenAIRE products, and you can access them if you can't remember the website. So that was Explore, Provide, Connect that you've heard all today. And I'm going to go to Monitor. So when you click there, we go to the Monitor page, where you'll see some general information, some of the things that Joanna told you about. And here at the moment, publicly, you only see the European Commission and one funder, the ANR. There's many behind here. They're just not publicly visible at the moment. If I sign in, okay, then hopefully we should see, yeah. Now we can see that we have many funders, including TÜBİTAK, research initiatives, organization not yet. OpenAIRE has 30 funders at the moment with which we collaborate with, and we have 13 monitor pages under development. So again, some general information you can find out if you go to the About page there. So here, this is the process that Joanna talked about. The graph she presented. So there's some general information that you can look at. Okay, and by browse, you can get a list of the different, what is available, depending if you're logged in as I'm in there or not. Okay, so I'll start the demo by starting with the European Commission dashboard, because this is the richest one at the moment, so that you can get a better idea of what we have, what's on offer. So if I click on it, it loads. Okay, so now here you can see on the left, we have this bar with different types of groups of indicators. So we're looking at the input. So this is the actual project information that we get from the European Commission. So this would include the number of projects, the participating organizations, and the countries. Can also visualize the different projects, for example, in Europe here, and the number of projects that we have depending on the timeline. The top funded countries by project participation, and top funded organizations. And specifically for the European Commission, we've also have a more composite graph to separate the FP7 from the Horizon 2020, the blue from the black. Now, all pages in Monitor have a filter, this symbol down there, where you can click, and depending on the funder, there's some quick filtering functionalities. For example, here, somebody might want to look only at the FP7 results. So these are quickly filtered and updated accordingly. Or the Horizon 2020, or look at a specific year range, for example, the last 10 years, last 5 years, or just this year. So these are quick filters provided there. I'm going to go now to the output, which is what most people are interested to look at. So this is the research outcomes that we have. Similar to Explore, there's for publications, research data, software, and other research products. Let me also say here, there's a button called, there's a link called methodology here, where you can actually find definitions and explanations for these things. So here, this explains the entities that we have and what we mean by publication, dataset, software, and other research products, and more details about the attributes of each entity. So this is like a reference for you to look at when needed. Okay, so I'm back to the output. So we see the number of publications that we have for the EC, and then again we have a selection, the numbers per country. Now you see also from US, you see from us, because it includes co-funded information. And here we have the publications, the top 10 publications, their types. So most are articles, there's some preprints, conference objects, and things like that. Doctoral theses are less. If you click on this widget there, you can print the charts. You can download it in different formats, and you can also download the actual data. So if you want to use it in a report. So here's the number of publications over the years. These are straightforward indicators. This is a computed indicator. So this is the average number of publications per project. So here's interesting to see that projects used to have more publications than now per project. There's a decline there. Another thing we see here is the access mode. So most of the publications are open access, others are restricted or embargo. And here we get how many of the publications have a PID. Most of them, over half, have the DOI, and these are other types of IDs. Again, here, if you go to methodology, you can look at specifically everything that is covered. So here, persistent identifiers, there's a link to all the persistent identifiers that OpenAIRE includes. So it's a large list. Let me close this. Okay, and back. Right. Oops, going back. So, okay, now another graph is publications by context. So context, this is the different gateways that Alessia presented. So it could be research communities, institutions, or organizations. So what funded by European Commission, for example, how many publications can be found under also the European Marine Science, say, community and things like that. Another graph is the publications per types of content provider. So was it a data repository, an institution repository, from a journal, publication repository, CRIS system, things like that. You can see the top content providers, top journals by number of publications, the top projects by number of publications. So here are the acronyms of the projects. So we see which are the most active in numbers of publications. And top organizations. So there's a graph of different organizations. Now, again, here, if you want to find out the data behind that, you can actually, again, there is a link down here, which takes you to a view of exploring, in a sense. So here you see the open access publications, and you can go into more details. And there's a link also to explore, where you can do all the advanced filtering that Argiro mentioned about and download the results. So if I go back to output, now this is, as Joanna said, it's we create the one page for you, but it's each funder can customize it as they want. So there's a few things I'm going to show you now as a manager of the page. If I go to manage, sorry, I forgot to show you a few things. Okay, right. Try to click, but I get zooms things in the way. Let me get them on the right. Okay, so here the same kind of idea. I'm not going to show them all. You have for research, say, data. Here you'll have some graphs will be different. For example, here you have the types of research data. Are they data set, image, audiovisual, film, software? Again, there's different things for software and other research products. Going back to publications, again, I remind you of the filtering thing. Maybe you want to see only about FP7 or a specific year. And again, the graphs will be filtered for that. Okay, so I'm going back to the manage view. So now from here, this is the general view for managing profiles, where you will see that we have a type of default profiles for funders, for research infrastructures, and things like that. So one could start from here and create a new profile for a new funder or a research infrastructure. But usually this is something that we do. And instead here is the different profiles. The normal thing would be for somebody to go on to their own page. So the European Commission would go to manage and go directly to their portal. So here, again, things are split in general, indicators, and users in 3 sections. General is about the funder. Most of the things are not editable. They're linking to the index of OpenAIRE and the graph, but the funder can add a description about their funding institution, can upload their change the logo or things like that. And also they can change the visibility of their site from public to restricted, where only some of its members can see it, and private, where only the managers can. The interesting part, of course, is indicators, where again, you see something that reminds you of what I showed you before. It's the same categorization there. And here, somebody can add a new category, a new page, or a new topic. I will go through the other topics. I know I've skipped a bit. I just wanted to show you here how can somebody customize, say, the publications page. So if I go to this one, where we were seeing before, you can see that you're seeing what you're seeing in the public view in a sense, but with more functionalities. You can create sections where you group graphs together, or you can change some of the graphs. For example, a quick way is to click on this item and make something, say, private or restricted if you don't want to show it. Or by clicking here, you can go into edit, and you have more control over the graph. So, for example, you can change it to small, medium, or large, and even the height can change. The title could become more, and you can write something else, subtitles, and various things. Depending on the graph, there is some things you can change and some you can. For example, here I could change the range. Maybe I want to display only from, I don't know, 2012 to 2020. I can refresh the graph and see the range I selected. I'll take it back. You can also, you might not like this view. You might want it as a line graph. So there's simple things that you can customize. I'm not going to save this change here. And for example, I could, let's see now, okay, top journals. There's too much information here I can't see. So for example, this one, I might want to edit it and make it look like that. So I want to make it, where is it? Oh, well, I did it, chart height. So I want it to be large. Okay, so if I save that change, then this will update. So it will be a large chart, so I can see more of the information I want. We can move things around, so you might want to move the projects over this side, for example. So this gets updated. And if you want to have a preview what you're seeing, you can go here and you can preview the public view or the restricted view. We can add a graph that we can get from the template that is not here. So for example, in the EC monitor, we have shown the top number of projects by acronym, but they also have grant ID numbers. Like in TÜBİTAK, we have the grant ID numbers, but not the acronyms. So we might want to add one to show now I've done some magic here. I basically copied what I know from the standard template just to save time. But that now gives me also a graph of the projects by acronym. So I might want to add that. So this is how a new thing is added. And maybe this, because it's just for me, I prefer the public site to only show the top number of projects with acronyms that people can understand, like Graphene and Eurofusion. And this I want to keep for me. I can have that, say, restricted. So if I go here to preview in public view, and when it loads, I will see that now I have the larger graph that I changed, and I cannot see it there. But if I go and see the restricted view, so it's part of my team, then it will load, and I hopefully should be able to see this graph as well. I got the back, the bottom. So there it is. Let me also show you a couple of things that I skipped. So going back to the main, what I would see as the public view. Okay. There's some other sections in input. I forgot to tell you that apart from projects, we will be adding I mean, this is constantly under development based on the feedback we get from our users. So here we'll be adding information about the funders. I'm sorry, not about the funds, about the funding. So about FP7 and Horizon 2020 separately. That's not ready yet here. The output you saw, but there is also an open science section for open science indicators. So here, for example, we're looking at publications, research data, software and other research products, seeing what is the percentage of open science and open access and non-open access. And the publications, say, per year, again, the blue are open, the purple are restricted, and the red are closed. And again, there will be other sections for fair linked. We haven't, these are getting prepared now, and something about open infrastructure. So these are yet to come. Similarly, for these sections, there will be about collaborations and networks. So things viewed per organization, by country and subject areas. And there will be impact indicators for academic, economic, and societal impact, and any composite indicator or correlation that the user might want to suggest, and we can derive from the data that we have in the OpenAir project, in the graph, basically. So now I'm just also going to tell you that there is I said there is a TÜBİTAK page. Okay, it's on page 2 there, which is currently not visible to the public. And the reason, although it's actually, I think it was one after DC, it was the second we've added. We're just waiting now for TÜBİTAK to the new API so that we can get the project information updated. Because if you look at it, it's now out of date. So the number of projects is very small. It's not the real one, and it goes up to 2016. So similar things like with the other dashboards, but once the data is updated, then you will get all the information there. And as per the EC, and you see here we have acronyms, and I don't think we have, yes, we don't have acronyms. We have the grant numbers. And if I went to the manager page of TÜBİTAK, indicators, output, I would see that there is no data for that graph. Yes, it's no data. So that's for the reason we have disabled as restricted. Something else here, apart from indicators, general indicators, there's also users. So there's a section for users where you can add or invite managers and members. So it's as simple as any manager of the TÜBİTAK monitor can add an email and create their group, and quite easily. And there's also a functionality for notifications to know when things have changed, so you can notify people, members and managers. So from my side, I think this is I'm not going to go into more detail, but you can ask any question you want. And either now or later, we encourage, please you feel free to email us or get back to us for any information that you want. So thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Harry and Ioana. I missed thanking you before. And we are now at the end of the first day. And I see there are no questions from the audience. And I have had a request also by Ellie. She asked me to tell all of you that tomorrow we will also have some hands-on quizzes regarding research data management, because this is actually something very important and immediately directly useful for all our projects, the ones that we are currently undergoing and the ones that we will plan for the future. So this will be something very important that will run tomorrow as part of the tomorrow's agenda, together with the 2 already planned sessions. So I think, as there are no questions, I would like to thank all of us, first of all, the audience, the attendees, and the panelists. And we meet tomorrow at 10:20 Turkish time to start with our second day. Many thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice day for everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.